So it's finally happening.
I'm not surprised. I know a lot of people were saying, hey, he paid politicians, he did this, he did that. He's going to avoid prosecution. I did a poll, and a lot of people say he's going to avoid prosecution. It just looks way too unreasonable. The source is Reuters. I haven't checked it. Can you just check that it's accurate, Alex?
Yeah, I'm confirming now. I saw, so DB was the original source I saw, and he's almost always.
Oh, DB is pretty legit. Yeah,
Yeah.
DB is pretty legit.
Let me see what he had sourced for that. I'm checking just the news wires too, just to see if anything new is coming in. Yeah, it looks like he posted a statement from the Attorney General of the Bahamas as well, confirming it. So I'll pin that one there because that was the first one I saw. Yeah, he has it in the thread.
All right, let me get the panel sorted. Give me a second. This is unexpected. I wasn't planning. I just finished the space a few hours ago, so I didn't expect to do this one. But finally, end of a chapter. To an extent, we're seeing the dominoes fall. I think we could do this space as a recap, kind of dig into exactly what happened. So I'll let you check the news, Alex. Share with us what you can find while I get the team sorted. Simon, how are you?
Yeah, very well. Trying to get some sleep, but apparently SBF's been arrested, right?
Does that surprise you?
No.
I don't know how it could surprise some people. It
would surprise me if it happened in America, but because it's outside America, because America don't arrest people for financial crime as much as other countries, even though everyone's slaying Bahamas. I'm more surprised. I'd be more surprised if he got arrested in America.
Why? So is that why? Do you think if Alex Mashinsky Celsius was in Bahamas, he'd be arrested?
Yeah, in America they like to fine, not arrest. They forgive financial crime as long as you pay for your crime, and the American government like to take the proceeds of crime if you commit financial crime.
But why do you think he was doing all these interviews? If he was, my feeling changed when he started doing all those interviews. I'm like, shit, maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe there's more to the story. Because if he was guilty, which it looks like he is now to be arrested.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We're all trying to become psychologists, I guess, and second guess the thinking behind that. But yeah, I don't think it was a very good move doing all those interviews. I mean, he really uncovered a lot, and that's normally they need a lot of time in order to unearth all these things and do the examination reports. But in many of these interviews, he revealed like a lot.
How much of this, Simon, to your point of like the U.S. versus other places, how much of this was because, the Bahamian regulators realized this was, in some ways, I don't want to say existential, but, if they didn't crack down hard on this, given the visibility, what would be the odds that they can continue to be a financial hub moving forward, right? I think they were at some level of risk too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very embarrassing for jurisdictions like Bahamas, who have done a lot to try and support our industry. Like they had a really big, industry in the reinsurance market. They're a financial hub. And my experience of these jurisdictions is they work extra hard in order to try and protect their reputations, because it makes such a big difference if you can just capture a niche industry like cryptocurrency and put together custom regulations. So it's extremely, this would be a disaster. It is a disaster for the island. It's significant to all the people. And so that's why I'd expect them to come down harder than a jurisdiction where financial crime is just paid off with, like the US.
Alex, can you give us an overview of what you know so far? Like, what do we know? Alexander, you could do that as well, because I know you've been keeping close eye. We know that Caroline went to New York. Some people are assuming that she maybe made a deal, and that's all speculation. We have no idea. But she made a deal with regulators. What? Because at one stage, everything looked like, hey, shit, maybe they're not going to face repercussions. Sam is doing interviews. Caroline's in New York, and now we find out that Sam has been arrested.
Yeah. So, I mean, I read just the official stuff. There's a bunch of tweets and stuff going around, but you can't tell unless there's something official. Like for me, I just prefer to read something official. There's an official statement. Um, Stephanie Akanian or Avakanian, who is the new lawyer for Caroline, is really high quality. She's in all of this stuff. She's been hired by Robinhood, and she deals with Elon with his remember his Twitter, the tweets that he sent out about going private. She's like a huge, attorney at Wilmer Hale. Wilmer Hale, incidentally, is where a lot of SEC attorneys end up. So that firm is basically chock full of former SEC people, especially in the litigation department, which is where she is. Caroline hasn't said anything. So the most likely thing that I can understand, or that I think happened, is she gave evidence, right? And he was arrested in the Bahamas. The official statement says that he was that they're going to be prosecuting, but it's pending their U.S. treaty obligations, which generally for these purposes means that they expect the U.S. to request extradition. Although that hasn't been formally requested yet, but they believe that they're not the ones that are going to prosecute him. The U.S. will. So we'll see how it works out. But if that is the case, then that means that the evidence that Carolyn would have given would have been something that is more powerful in the U.S. than in the Bahamas, which is basically everything that deals with what ended up being the bankruptcy, right? Because there's a bankruptcy prosecution that's happening in the Bahamas, but it's largely been stayed until they resolve issues with the U.S. regarding the bankruptcy issues that are happening in the U.S. So there was this issue before of who was going to take primacy over the bankruptcy issue, and it looks like the U.S. started taking the lead, and one of the ways I think, so in my head, what makes sense to me is the way this got divided up is the U.S. basically granted the Bahamas some allocation of assets to fulfill the bankruptcy obligations there, so that they weren't left with nothing. Because what would happen is if all of the assets had to go to the U.S., then the Bahamian bankruptcy proceeding would essentially be pointless because there would be no assets to distribute. So I imagine they put some small allocation aside. We still don't know what's in that wallet that apparently they made Sam put some sort of assets in that's now in the control of the Bahamian government for safekeeping. And then I imagine one of the other things that sped this along, not the bankruptcy proceeding, but the arrest, is Caroline probably offered evidence via Stephanie Avakanian, which is one of the reasons why we know who she is, because Caroline certainly hasn't put out an announcement saying, I've hired this attorney. And Stephanie, it would be, not legal.
Who's Stephanie? Who's Stephanie?
She's she's counsel for Caroline. She was
she's the Maxwell, the one that the lawyer that was for Maxwell, part of the Epstein case, correct?
The ex-SEC
no,
one.
I don't think she represented.
That's Mark Cohen, I believe, which is Sam's attorney.
Okay. Yeah.
So no,
hold on, Mark Cohen.
She was one of the directors.
I've seen Mark Cohen in my space a few times. I'm like, that name rings a bell. No joke, a couple of times. Now I know to bring him up. So it's Mark Cohen. Hold on, Alexander. I'll give you the mic in a sec. So Alex, can you send me through Mark Cohen's details so I know who he is next time he's in the audience? I can bring them up. So if he's Sam's lawyer, I'd love to invite him on stage. Not that I don't think he'll come up. So back to what you're saying, Alexander. What you're saying is that you think Caroline gave information to the authorities that led to Sam's arrest?
Yes, and she may have, or somebody may have leaked something to the press that hasn't been released yet, because we wouldn't actually know who her counsel was, because to my knowledge, nothing has been filed, right? So knowing who counsel is usually something that ends up being released on behalf of the client or from the client themselves. So the fact that we know who it is, something happened to make us know who she is. Who she is someone who is the former head of the Department of Enforcement. She also ran, I think, the finance and I think they called it blockchain or crypto or something like that committee at her firm, which is a big firm. And but I mean, Wilmer Hale is not like the ones that you may have heard of that are huge, like Skadden Arps or whatever. It's more of a boutique firm. It really does do a lot more in just securities law. And again, like I said, the litigation area. So this woman is a powerhouse who actually knows all the securities laws and has had sort of a mixed bag. She also defended, I think she defended Elizabeth Holmes in Theranos. So she's also used to very high profile cases. One of the speculations is that because that it's likely that Caroline hasn't actually said anything or has said something, has offered herself as state's witness, because clearly Sam was throwing her under the bus, right?
He was? How was Sam throwing Caroline? And for anyone that doesn't know, because I know some people are not from crypto, I'll give you the mic right after Alexandra, just to give us a bit of an overview of the whole SBF saga, how it started, just a general overview for anyone that hasn't been keeping up, which I don't think is many people. So I'll let you do that in a bit. But Alexandra, Caroline was the CEO of Alameda, which was the hedge fund that Sam owned along with FTX. And she obviously knew a lot. They were close. She was in that castle with him in that mansion where they were all having orgies. She was very close to Sam. I don't know if she was his girlfriend or not. And she was one of the key people, like the key 5 people that were responsible, or there's 10 people in total, but like the top 5 responsible for most things. Simon, did I get it right?
Yeah, CoinDesk has just confirmed he's been arrested, just for information.
Did they give any other information?
I just saw the tweet, so I haven't read the article.
It's the same as what I tweeted. It's literally the same thing.
Okay.
And what does did you have a look at the article, Ian?
Yeah, no, it's just repeating what the what do you call it, the Office for the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs in the Bahamas posted.
Have you been keeping up with the story, by the way, Ian?
Not too much. I mean, I kind of sat in a little bit earlier on the call that he was on with Unusual Whales. He was playing video games. He was playing League of Legends while talking to them.
He confirmed it.
He was going to be free. Yeah.
Yeah, he confirmed it. He was literally playing. Simon, you know how someone was making game? I'll go back to you in a sec, Alexandra. But Simon, do you remember how people were making jokes when he was on our space and other spaces? There was clicking sound in the background, and people like he's playing League of Legends. I thought it was just.
He's stuck in Bronze 3. He's been playing that for, what, 3+ years now, and he's stuck in Bronze 3. I mean, you have to be literally retarded to suck at the game.
He was playing the video games.
Oh my god, you guys are talking about how bad he is at the game.
He was playing video games whilst giving the interviews? No way.
You can hear the clip.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Yeah,
okay.
He spent his last moments of freedom playing a video game and spending time in Twitter space instead of actually doing something worthwhile. It's insane. The guy has no sense of anything. I mean, he has this lackadaisical attitude. He thinks he's going to be free. He seemed pretty confident that he was not going to get arrested and that he thought he could just simply evade the subpoenas that are being sent his way by the Senate as well as the House. Like, he doesn't care. And, well, too bad for him. I think that pissed off a lot of people in Congress. They're not having it.
Yeah, so I think tomorrow's the court hearing.
Yep.
Reuters reported that he'll be appearing from Bahamas, and CNBC says he won't be appearing. Did we get any closer to what's happening tomorrow? Obviously, he's now arrested. So how does that impact things?
I think he's going to be extradited. So I don't know if he's even going to have a court hearing in the Bahamas yet. It's unsure. I mean, I'm unsure.
But Caroline's at the hearing, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the throwing under the bus thing was essentially Caroline allegedly confirmed that SBF knew that client funds were being used by Alameda, and then SBF came on Mario's Twitter space and all the others saying that he didn't know. So that created a prisoner's dilemma, a classic prisoner's dilemma between Caroline or SBF, who's going to throw each other under the bus, because one would be lying, which I think is what Alex was saying, is that this is maybe what accelerated the arrest potentially, because playing them off against each other meant that there's a slam dunk there.
Simon, what are the odds that Sam said something in the space the past week or two that also incriminated himself? Is it like
Very
because
high.
it's the Caroline thing?
I was
or
gonna
could it really
say,
be something in the space?
how nice would it be if it was in our space when Ran and Simon put him on the spot, and he I think especially with Ran's one, and he confirmed creating synthetic Bitcoin from memory. It's been a while.
Yeah,
I hate
also,
he did a
he
lot
did
of
a
that.
really good job.
You
He did a good job talking over and over again and just further incriminating him. And then Coffeezilla did such a good job, you guys, with that question, really nailing him
Coffeezilla
around
did the hat trick.
He's not a
around
smart
the,
criminal.
But
He's an idiot.
another thing is,
but those
this
terms
is
and
what I didn't
conditions.
understand is when these types of things normally go down, these people are not in spaces talking and being as flagrant as Sam was in multiple places. It was bound to happen. And I think that they're going to take him down really hard because he absolutely said incriminating evidence.
That's what was so confusing, right? Because we all thought he's got like this double bluff genius, like
I didn't think that. I thought he was an
owns
idiot.
the government type of, and maybe it's just that, like, I don't know, maybe he's just got a mental condition and he can't he
Simon, who does
It's called being
It's
addicted to
foolish.
video games is what it
No,
is. Because I was
he,
on that space, Mario, when last time when I was here, he was typing away. Did that really get confirmed? Because that shit's hilarious.
yeah,
no,
somebody
but that's
actually
what
saw
makes
him
me
playing
think
League
it's
of
some
Legends.
kind of
Somebody else
mental
was on
condition
there
or
and took a
coping
screenshot of him
mechanism.
doing it.
Sorry, Alex.
Oh, someone took a screenshot. Did you say, Alex?
I think that there was a screenshot of somebody that somebody was actually playing like with him. They were playing at the same time.
When
Like,
he
he was
did
playing League of Legends.
when he did his interview with Eric Voorhees, and Eric Voorhees caught him like basically red-handed, and he caught him totally off guard about basically working with Gary. He was playing League of Legends on video, like because clearly he was playing a video game. Like it's not a secret. Like I think it's like you said, Simon, some sort of coping mechanism.
So I want to go to Peter, if you don't mind, Peter, and then Alexandra. What can we expect? Not sure if you guys can answer this. If there's any attorneys in the audience, do put your hand up. We're inviting a couple right now. But what do you expect in terms of sentences for Sam, and how bad is he of a situation is he, Peter?
Well, it depends on what charges they go for. If it's federal, and it looks like it is, obviously, there's going to be some various guidelines. There's probably some fraud that they can go for, to be simple, and it's going to be statutorily prescribed, right? So we really don't know. I would expect, by the way, that as soon as this broke, the DOJ started really loading up and trying to figure out what happened. I'd be surprised if there were any, regulatory scrutiny prior to that. But he was never going to get off the wire, it looks like. And it looks like there's a very motivated Justice Department as well. So they're certainly going to, in my opinion, try to throw the book at him. But they can still only go as far as the documents they have and the testimony they have from Caroline. So still very much an open question, in my view.
And when you say testimony for Caroline, is that confirmed or that's speculation for now?
No, not at all. But I was listening to Alex, and she made a very persuasive argument about it.
Yeah, what
Alex?
I wonder two things right now. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was giving you the mic. I was saying your name.
Oh, okay. So I think I have a lag. I'm really sorry. I think that there's a lag between, when my app is not 100%. Okay, so I'm sorry, because I'm hearing things like after when it's silent and then there's talking. So I'm having a connection issue, I think. But so two things. One is I do wonder because what's his name? Sam mentioned him several times. Nishad Singh, I want to know where he is because he was the CFO and I want to know where the money is. The first thing that occurred to me when I saw that Stephanie was hired is Caroline's got cash. And who else has cash if she has cash? Sam has cash. There's cash out there, right? So that money wasn't spent. It's not, hidden. She has some and she knows where more is. That's what makes it persuasive, right? Because at the end of the day, people want to know about the crimes, but really they want to know where the money is. So that I think is one of there's no way she could hire this woman otherwise. She like Stephanie is like, more expensive than me. so that would be and the retainer I'm sure she has is ridiculous. So if we're talking about a layout of like 50K or so, or right off the bat and then hourly charges are added on, we're talking about, she's got a stockpile of cash that she'd have to prove before, Stephanie would take on this case, because taking yourself off of a case is an actual procedure that requires the judge to agree, and it's a big issue. So she's got to make sure that she's being Stephanie, has to make sure she can actually go the distance. But I really want to know about these two other people, Gary Wang, who was the CTO who can't code.
Sorry, Gary Wang, the CTO who can't code.
He, he says himself he didn't do any of the code, and he can't code. And what's his name? Nishad Singh, who was the CFO, who created the mystery spreadsheet, apparently, where they said, oh, okay, just put all the money in Alameda and then we'll keep track of it. And it's non-existent. So all the money was in Alameda, and they didn't actually keep track of it. And that Sam didn't understand the three main types of accounts that he had, because every question kept making him go towards margin accounts, those accounts where FTX actually invested on behalf of people, where they were used as a broker. But the accounts that people are worried about are the tokenized securities account, right, where there was apparently nothing there, but that should be like a locked drawer, essentially, with 1 share of Tesla or whatever for every token issued. And then the other are the custodial accounts, where you put your money in so that you can do trades, but that money is like FTX is like a valet, where you are letting them hold your money, but it's expressly understood that it's not their money to use in any way, and that's like safe deposit box money. But every time you guys
so
ask him about,
we got an official confirmation. Sorry to interrupt, Alex. I just tweeted the pin. Sorry, what am I trying to say? Pin the tweet. They said the Bahamian government has arrested, and it was on request of the US government.
There we go.
Yeah, and the one thing
based on sealed indictment filed by the SDNY, we expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning, and we'll have more to say at that time. So tomorrow morning, we'll have more information. Go ahead, Peter.
Well, that'll give us all the information we need as far as sentencing guidelines. But when the money involved and the number of victims involved are so high, just to give so people can start speculating wildly, 10 plus years is very much in bounds here. These are billions and billions of dollars, and if they go for wire fraud and criminal fraud and even money laundering, then there's a whole litany of opportunity. The only possible way out for him is if there's a bigger fish that he can sing on. Like if Gary Wang or anybody else was really pulling the strings, and SBF can pull this sort of like, I'm really stupid act, it might persuade a jury, but probably not.
So do you think he'd be in one of those like club fed prisons, or do you think he'd be in like real prison? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I really don't know how that works now.
Can I also add?
He's paid off enough people.
This whole act of, I think it was a friend of mine in another space said, but like he's trying to basically get manslaughter instead of murder, right? If we're looking at it in that context, by playing the dumb thing, is that not going to play out in this case then? Because it doesn't really matter,
was going towards his
10 years.
That was I think the statement that was going towards the whole point of his apology tour was to clarify his state of mind and shift blame, right? So to clarify his state of mind is one of the things that we talked about was the two parts of crime is actus reus and mens rea. That's bad mind and bad act. But when you're dealing with just civil issues, you're just dealing with the action. When you're dealing with criminal issues, you're also dealing with the intention. And that, I think, was what all of the, it was a mistake. I didn't know. I was trying to keep the relationship separate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I was video gaming,
actually work?
I wasn't paying attention.
Exactly. I didn't know I was behind the wheel of the car. Oops. I mean, I don't know if that's going to work.
That makes
he's playing games as well.
He's playing games.
Just announced. No, Bloomberg literally just dropped it about 20 minutes late. So just wanted to say kudos to all you guys and Mario for
Hey,
front run Bloomberg.
I wanted to talk about something coming up from Miami. So we all know that we had a lot of events at Miami, and at Miami I met someone who Miami events were last week, I think, and I met someone who is the dad of one of the founding members of Avalanche. and they had a lot of money invested in FTX. So this guy was with Sam last week, and they literally like slept in the same room, right? So he was that close. So he told me that Joe and Barbara, Sam's parents, they were already in Bahamas, and they already knew. I mean, it's hard for, I know we all are saying that, okay, finally the extradition and everything is happening, but these guys already knew that Sam was going to get arrested. And what the conversation from there, what it progressed to was that if he comes to US on his own, he could get arrested. However, if he is extradited to US, then he gets some additional rights. Now I'm trying to go on Google and look at what those additional rights are, and it seems like based on some old cases like US versus Knowles, and I know we have attorneys up here, so they can shed more light on this. But it seems like extradition hearing in this case could actually even happen in Bahamas. And based on the conversation I was having with this guy, he said that the Bahamas government actually likes SBF a lot. And obviously, FTX has brought a lot of money into Bahamas, and the Bahamas government really likes SBF. For them, SBF is still the golden boy of crypto. So I did want to share that perspective
Yeah,
that, I know we are
they
saying that
definitely
he's
would
getting
have loved him,
extradited.
but this would be very embarrassing. But I think you've cracked the code there. So it appears that obviously his parents know exactly what he should be doing. So between what you just said and what Alex said, that play the dumb, get the whole homicide instead of murder, and then also there's an extradition strategy which gives additional. So it seems like he's not. He knew exactly what he's doing. He's getting the right advice, and it's probably the right strategy for given what he knew was going to happen.
I have a question, Simon and Crypto, both of you, Crypto Immersion, since both of you are here. If the extradition process goes through, I know the tweet that you just pinned up, Simon, it says that tomorrow they're going to actually open the sealed envelope. Is there a chance that he might actually stand a hearing in Bahamas? And if that happens, if I'm not wrong, in Bahamas, the hearing could be presided over by a single judge, versus if this case was to be brought in US, then there could be a grand jury.
So the sealed indictment is usually done by a grand jury, right? So they got a grand jury to indict him, and that indictment can only be enforced according to U.S. treaty with other countries. And so the order of operations was at least for the legal part was grand jury indictment, which they claim sealed, right? You can do that. Grand juries are generally sealed. They can be not sealed. And sealed just means private, not made open to the public, but they're saying they're unsealing it, which means it was supposed to be private, but the overriding, one of the parties made an argument that it should be unsealed, and the state agreed, so it's unsealed. And then that's when the extradition can happen. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, for Orbis, and for Peter, and anyone else that can answer it. So I've been under the assumption that everything Sam is doing is very calculated, including our interviews. Took me a while to figure out what it is, but then when I heard him the interview, same answer time and time again. He's just trying to say it changed the perception of him, and it worked well with the New York interview that he did, New York Times interview he did, where he got people started clapping at the end, and we had Kevin O'Leary and the other guy, the one that is known to shorting, the hedge fund guy, I'm bad with names, say he did a tweet. He's like, call me crazy, but I think Sam is telling the truth. So like every single step for someone to build, and we had the last space we did on FTX, if you remember, everyone, we had the insiders that were investigating, not insiders,
Bill Ackerman?
Not Bill Ackman, the guy that Bill Ackerman hates. They fight. No, Bill Ackman. Yeah, sorry, Bill Ackerman. Sorry. Yeah. So Bill Ackman made a tweet. Yeah, exactly. So, and then we had in the last space, for anyone that missed it, that was an incredible space, and I did a whole thread on it during the space. We had Hussein and Nick come in. They've been investigating FTX for 9 months, I think it was. And they're like, Mario, we're going to spill all the beans in that space of yours. They got a whole data room of evidence, been shared with the press. It's been shared with lawmakers that have requested it. where they went through the entire store, because they've been doing it since the early days, since they got fucked by Liquid, which is owned by FTX. They investigated everything, the whole web, and they had some speculation, they had some facts, and they kind of differentiated between the two, and it all seemed extremely well planned. What Sam built and what he was building, if he actually pulled it off, and his exchanges, him and Kevin O'Leary and Justin Sun, and that's a speculation, and they're building that liquidity pool among exchanges to become the main exchange for CBDCs, centrally backed digital currencies, which will make him, a big contender to Binance to potentially beat Binance. So for someone to be that intelligent and lead such a plan and such a company, I just don't think he's stupid enough to just like recklessly jump on an interview. Now, why am I saying this? Because I want to go to a question for Alexandra, Orbis, and Peter. So can you repeat, Orbis, what you mean, or whoever? Why could Sam intentionally have done all this? Like he not done it, but why didn't he avoid? Why didn't he escape Bahamas? Because that was my question from the early days. Was he just not? He didn't fathom the how big his problem was, and Simon kind of talked about this. It just never clicked for him. We had Martin Shkreli also on the space tell us like it takes a while for these things to sink in because of the enormity of what he did. So that's the first question. Second question, Orbis, I think you were mentioning, and Alexandra agreed, or vice versa, that his parents knew that he's going to get extradited. They were planning for this, and something around a less extreme, less extreme sentencing or more rights. Can you elaborate on that point as well? Because I'd be curious to see if this is even well planned.
Hey, so I do not know what additional rights he gets, but then as I mentioned, the person who said all of this to me, that Sam's definitely getting arrested, but the reason why he hasn't come to US is because if he comes to US, then he gets arrested and he loses rights. However, if he's extradited to US, then he gets some different rights. And I am not a lawyer, so I don't know what those additional rights could be.
If that makes any
but
sense, because once he's on American soil, I mean, he is under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government. It doesn't really matter what.
Can I just jump in here? Like, I don't know what those additional rights are, but I suspect they're procedural and will have no impact on the substantive resolution of the case.
Yeah, exactly. I think that actually deals with if you're not a U.S. citizen, because there's a lot of extradition that happens with non-U.S. citizens because the crime was committed in the U.S. or the nexus of the crime was in the U.S. So they'll be extradited to the U.S. judicial system, but the additional protections they get are because they're still honored as an overseas national. They have to make sure that there wasn't a particular protection that was granted to the overseas national. And usually that kind of stuff deals with like, did you have diplomatic immunity? Were you doing something on behalf of a government or was there some other connection that you have to be careful with? That's when you get the protection of extradition. But I mean, like there's extra protection in extradition as far as I'm aware. But if you're a U.S. citizen and you were extradited back to the U.S., there isn't any particular protection that I'm aware of.
I want to go to quickly. So before the question, Alex, do you mind reading the letter? And I know you read the CoinDesk or the Cointelegraph article as well. Do you want to summarize that for us, if you don't mind?
Yeah. So again, this is coming from DB Tier 10K on Twitter. So the statement from the Attorney General of the Bahamas, Senator Ryan Pinder, KC, on the arrest of Sam Bankman-Fried. On December 12th, 2022, the Office of the Attorney General of the Bahamas is announcing the arrest by the Royal Bahamas Police Force of Sam Bankman-Fried, aka SBF, former CEO of FTX. SBF's arrest followed receipt of formal notification from the United States that it has filed criminal charges against SBF and is likely to request his extradition. As a result of the notification received and the material provided therewith, it was deemed appropriate for the Attorney General to seek SBF's arrest and hold him in custody pursuant to our nation's Extradition Act. At such time as a formal request for extradition is made, the Bahamas intends to process it promptly, pursuant to Bahamian law and its treaty obligations with the United States. Responding to SBF's arrest, Prime Minister Davis stated, "The Bahamas and the United States have a shared interest in holding accountable all individuals associated with FTX who may have betrayed the public trust and broken the law. While the United States is pursuing criminal charges against SBF individually, The Bahamas will continue its own regulatory criminal investigations into the collapse of FTX with the continued cooperation of its law enforcement and regulatory partners in the United States and elsewhere. Signed from the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Yeah, TLDR is that he's screwed.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Guys, I want to. I mean, without getting into ifs and buts, and especially because we have a couple of lawyers here, the question that I wanted to pose, and more as seeking information, just the possibilities of what could happen. Alex, thanks for reading that out, but doesn't that mean that the extradition request by the Bahamas hasn't officially been signed off, which means that there is a chance that SBF might not be extradited to US? That's the first thing, because I'm looking at the extradition treaty, and there are clauses in which they list the scenarios in which extradition can be granted and cannot be granted, and there
So
are
I've got
scenarios.
obviously I do have Vishal who can actually talk about the Bahamian US extradition treaty. So I think he can answer those points for you. Vishal, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
All right, man. Can you give us good man? Good. It just feels this space is like a bit of a sigh of relief for me. Like, at least there's some justice, because some people started getting me worried. Like, hey, he paid off enough politicians. He was not going to get arrested, and I couldn't. I wasn't believing that. So it's good that that wasn't the case. But can you give us more insight into the Bahamian U.S. extradition treaty and what that could mean for Sam?
Yeah, I'll just start with initially. We talked about this last time as well. There's a book called 3 Felonies a Day, which people can read if they're interested, which talks about how determined U.S. prosecutors can really put anyone in jail if they want to. And so I think the idea, very early on, I think the idea from a lot of people that he wasn't going to be arrested just felt structurally wrong to me because of that. There was more than enough evidence to arrest him and to charge him with any number of things. And the Bahamian U.S. extradition treaty is actually very, very flexible and amenable to U.S. interests. The main clause is really, I don't know, I think somebody mentioned this earlier as well, but the main clause is really the idea that if the offense is a crime in both the Bahamas and the United States, regardless of if that offense is defined the same way, if the semantics are the same, if the period of punishment is different, it doesn't matter. If it's a crime in the United States and it's a crime in the Bahamas, then it's applicable for extradition. And so in this case, I would be astonished if Bahamian authorities didn't accept a formal U.S. extradition request. It fits the bill. Again, there was somebody I think mentioned earlier just before I came up that there's a set of stipulations in the Bahamian U.S. extradition treaty, and
you're cutting out, bro. Vishal, you're cutting out. Not sure if it's your connection.
Sounds fine to me.
There are a set of stipulations in the treaty, but they're very, very generic. And you could put pretty much any offense under there, again, as long as it is a crime in the Bahamas and the United States. So in this case, as long as the U.S. formally requests extradition, the likelihood that it's granted, I think, is extremely high. But it'll be up to the Bahamians on how quickly they process their own charges, which was in the letter, as somebody just read it earlier, but it's in the letter as well that they plan to process charges on their own as well. So as long as the U.S.
It's worth pointing out, right, that they would not have initiated the extradition if there wasn't a phone call from the United States. So they are just preparing for it. It's obviously still being drafted. So I would expect that to happen within the next day.
Yeah,
and
my life to the point of whether it's accepted or not.
They had to put a case together. They had to take some time for them to build this case before they were going to do it. Even though everybody was screaming it early on, they did what they were supposed to do and followed their rules and regs and put the case together, and that's when they made the call.
I don't think it was as much about building a case against Sam Bankman, though, because I heard those claims initially as well. People brought up Enron and it brought up other financial collapse, and they allude to the fact that, hey, for a year's period of time or sometimes longer, no one was charged. And a lot of times what it is they're just looking for other people to implicate. It's not so much that they're building a case against the primary target. Sam was an easy person to build a case against.
Yeah, it's more towards FTX and Alameda, right? It's more a case between both of those.
I think
Not
it's more
just
so to
them,
see
though.
who else. who else was compliant and knowledgeable about the activities that were happening? And there were definitely other people. It's impossible to move the amount of money he moved without other people knowing about it and being complicit. And that's, I guess, U.S. authorities
Before I give, I'll give you Alexandra. Just want to say quickly one thing, and I'll give the mic to Alexandra. For anyone listening, tomorrow we have Mark Andreessen coming on the show. So I've pinned it above. It's pinned on my space as well. If you want to listen to Mark Andreessen, make sure you join us tomorrow. You set your reminders. Also, my team is checking now. All my team is awake, so they're checking all news outlets. As soon as we have more information on, hopefully we hear Caroline getting arrested as well in the next few minutes. That would make my day. Be a good way to end the day. But yes, so they're watching all news outlets, all sources. But if you are requesting to speak and we're not bringing you up, make sure you DM me, tell me why you want to speak and what you want to bring to the table so the team can check it. Because there's too many requests and I can't go through them. Twitter Spaces glitches. Alexandra, you were saying something?
Yes. So first I pinned, I posted to the comments, like the purple thing at the bottom. I posted to the comments the extradition procedures. If you guys want to understand them, what's really interesting there is a provision for kidnapping somebody to bring them to the U.S. It's very interesting. Lures and stuff like that are discussed. It's very easy to read, but you can look at the procedure and see exactly what has to happen or had to happen for extradition to happen. The next thing is, I don't even think it's individuals. It's not just this group of 10. I think they're looking at whether or not Justin Sun is implicated in Tron, and those are major companies that are involved in Tron. It's like Panasonic and other ones. It's a bunch of enormous companies, and if that was implicated somehow in what FTX was doing, and I think they're probably also looking at Binance. There was a story today.
There's a bit of breaking news here from the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. Now, if you're not familiar with what that is, that's basically the most powerful district in the United States when it comes to these kinds of legal proceedings due to their proximity to Wall Street. So they tweeted, U.S. Damian Williams, that's the Attorney General, or not Attorney General, sorry, the attorney that's responsible for this, the U.S. Attorney. He said, earlier this evening, Bahamian authorities arrested Samuel Bankman-Fried at the request of the U.S. government, based on a seal indictment filed by the SDNY, that's the Southern District of New York. We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning and we'll have more to say at that time. So this was initiated at the behest of the SDNY, the U.S. authorities, and they have the jurisdiction to do so. So he is in a lot of trouble.
I wonder if Caroline was in New York and rolled over on him.
Possibly.
Closed doors.
Their home base, though, I believe, is in Florida. So it will be interesting to see where they got New York from, because, for example, the class action suit is in Florida. It takes place in Florida. Because...
Oh, I know, but this is basically okay. So what happens is SDNY has, for all intents and purposes, the most resources when it comes to U.S. attorneys. So what normally happens is when there's a big case like this and it's financial fraud, usually the smaller courts, like the ones in Florida and so on.
Choppy? Just want to know if it's me.
It's you. It's you. It's not Choppy.
It's you. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Ian. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So what normally happens is that when you have a big case like this, the SDNY will usually step in and say, "Hey, we can handle it. We've got the resources. We've got the manpower. We've got hundreds of people working for us, so we can handle the case." And that will usually be where they hold a case. This is
but that's
the same
see,
thing that
they don't get to. No. Wait 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. They don't actually get to pick, right? You have to actually have jurisdiction over the matter, both the race and in-person jurisdiction, right? So there's still requirements.
Usually, yeah, and so they fill the requirements. Yeah, they fill the requirements here. They wouldn't be doing this otherwise.
That's what I want to know is, what is that fulfillment? Because right now, when the class action took place, I was a little surprised that Florida was the place that was selected. Maybe it is for that particular type. The courts are a little more generous, but it doesn't really matter for federal court, right? So for this federal case, you can't pick your jurisdiction like that, right? Like, that's why BlockFi was done by the New Jersey district or state U.S. attorney for New Jersey, because it was based in New Jersey. So I don't know that they have the only nexus that I knew of was their relationship with Gemini, which is in New York. So I'd be interested to know what that was.
I have a prediction. I think Caroline, when she was in New York last week, spoke with somebody, rolled over on them for a better deal.
Yeah, we made that assumption.
Probably
Right,
broke
but
our
that's
deal,
not
yeah.
that's not sufficient though. Remember, we still have legal obligations so that it could be put into a particular venue. So we can't just, say, well, this one has the harshest penalties, or this one has, the ones with the most resources to do it. It doesn't work that way. You actually have to do it according to where the most representative nexus is, and then if somebody wants a different one, then you have to file, a change of venue or FNC, like a forum non-convenience, and then you get it relocated. But there's no relocation.
Ultimately, he could be extradited from New York down to Florida.
I'd be very surprised.
Cases, right? It doesn't really matter as long as the SDNY has jurisdiction over this, because this is financial fraud, and it's very likely related to the SEC.
But that's also not New York, right? None of those are New York nexus. So it's not like New York has the rulings for financial fraud or anything financial, or New York has, anything related to the SEC. The SEC isn't based in New York. So it has to be something specific that they have a way to capture them in New York. And I don't know that they had a base in New York. That's not where they're incorporated, as far as I'm aware. That's not where they have their base. So I'm interested to find out what that is, because none of this right now is actually the reason it gets captured. And we won't know until the official complaint is issued. So we can see there's a section in there that says venue and jurisdiction.
It'll be tomorrow morning where they release the unsealed indictment.
Right. So when we see that, we'll be able to see it. But that is what I'm saying, is that, the indictment alone is not going to say jurisdiction. The complaint will actually say jurisdiction and choice of venue. And that's what we're going to be looking for.
I want to give Cherry, I know your hand is up. I just want to give an overview for the audience of, I think we talked about Justin Sun and others around. So what we're going to see over the next few days, weeks, and months is others get arrested around Sam. And we're going to see how deep this is going to go. For example,
is there something official with Justin Sun, or is that just speculation?
No. This is what I was going to say. So for example, Justin Sun and Kevin O'Leary, I highly doubt they're going to face any criminal action. I don't think they did anything, intentionally did anything illegal or anything wrong. But to give you an idea of one of the speculative things that was made, again, that's speculation, but I'm mentioning it because the guys that made it have looked deeply into everything, and there were some of the people that called out a lot of things before they became known. So I think it's worth mentioning. But for example, Sam was working on a liquidity pool among his exchange, and Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you were there for that space, and Alex, you were there as well, I think. So he was creating a liquidity pool among, which is nothing wrong with that, but he was creating a liquidity pool among FTX and Justin Huobi, I think.
Can we get Wall Street Silver up here?
Yeah, sure. I didn't see him.
So between him, space. Yeah, we need to remove somebody.
Yeah. I'll sort it out in a sec.
I'll step down. I appreciate you guys having me. Of course, this has been great. Let's go. Get that guy back to the US.
I know Justin bought Poloniex, and Poloniex was fined by the SEC and settled. And Poloniex was one of the first crypto-to-crypto exchanges, real old-school one.
Simon, I want to actually, right after I just finish what I'm saying, and then we get Wall Street Silver's thoughts on this. I want to get your thoughts and Alex's thoughts about the concerns around Binance. I was going to discuss it in Thursday's show, but we can bring it up now. So just what I was saying is that liquidity pool was being created between Sam, FTX, and Justin Sun's Huobi. This is all speculation, by the way, everyone, and there's nothing wrong. Exchanges do this all the time. But I'm just saying that Sam and Kevin O'Leary's exchanges, and it's all part of the thread, who's going to take care of which jurisdictions. Now, why am I saying this? Unrelated to Sam getting arrested, all I'm saying is that Sam, as we saw with the block, and we saw multiple examples over the last few months, there was just Alameda was doing just so much shit. Now, some of it will just be dragging people into their mess, like the block and their CEO, which the block did nothing wrong, at least not from what we know now. Others might have been more involved than what we know at the moment. So we may see more arrests and more investigations over the next few weeks and months. So that's the point I wanted to make. And I saw Kevin O'Leary's name mentioned a few times. Again, I'm not implying Kevin intentionally did anything wrong.
Okay, we got Wall Street Silver in here. You want to speak?
Man?
Yeah. I think it'd be good to have your input.
I'm sorry, I missed everything you guys were talking about before. I just saw the spaces going and joined it. Thank
Sam's
you for
arrested,
asking
bro.
me.
Sam's arrested.
Yeah.
They're still, the world is still, it's fair in some ways. There's still justice in the system.
You know, Jim Iorio and I had a bet just that we made a few days ago for 1 ounce American Silver Eagle coin, and I think I'm going to win now because he didn't think this would ever happen. So, hey, I just made 1 ounce of silver on this.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thierry?
Yeah, well, thank you guys. First of all, I'm going to issue a little disclaimer that whatever I say is with a grain of salt and it's pure humor. But when it comes to the biggest jail tard or that is deserved between the orgy of criminals that was in the Bahamas, I don't think like the biggest one was.
I'm just sorry. I'm just going to give you the mic in a sec, Thierry. The whistleblower is talking about Hussein is going to join the space. So the person that was that we did the space with last time, that probably one of the biggest investigations into FTX before the implosion. I'm really happy he accepted to come on the space again because he said he's going to take a break from all this mess. So
Awesome.
He'll be coming in shortly. But yes, so you were saying something, Thierry?
Yeah, so I think Alameda basically and Caroline probably deserve the biggest jail tard because when you look at the activities, it seems like the one that was doing the most reckless behavior was pretty much Alameda. So I don't really know what that coffee was about in New York, because you would think of the two, the one that was more likely to get locked up because they were hanging around a jurisdiction where they could get locked up is Caroline, right? So why was she free is a bigger question than why was he free, because he had the benefit of the doubt of being in Bahamas and maybe take some time for you to lock him up. But for her to be over there, I mean, you know, for me, it's a little bit more flagrant than that. So it sounds like whatever happened there was probably like a deal, maybe not to just, you know, not a get out of jail free card, but definitely something that would she was definitely better advised and she acted better. She wasn't like screaming all over the place that, you know, she's sorry or something, which is definitely incriminating. I think she played her cards a little bit better than SBF for sure.
Yeah, it seems they both acted in the right way. So if you trace the story, so SBF knew that Caroline had said that he knew that client funds were being used. So SBF would then follow what's the best path given that, you know, we're pitted against each other. Well, the best path is to play dumb so that I get done for the equivalent. I don't know what the right word is if there's any lawyers, but the equivalent of homicide instead of murder, whatever that relates to financial crime. And then stay in Bahamas, so extradition offers some additional protection. So given the scenario, it seems like everything was the right strategic move based upon what everyone's saying today, because it was either, you know, once Caroline had made that first move, then he seemed to have known his fate. And I don't believe there's any separation between Alameda and FTX. That's all BS. You know, this was one entity.
Just really quickly, the distinction. Just very quickly, just the distinction between manslaughter and homicide and financial crimes is really going to be the civil fraud and financial crime segment versus the criminal segment. They're very different. They can be brought together, but if you move one into the civil area, then it's really just about fines. But if you move it into the criminal area, then obviously we're talking, you know, something significantly more severe. I don't know that he would survive jail time, to be honest. I mean, if it's not like Club Fed, I don't think he would.
I'll go to Wall Street Silver, and then we got Hussein on stage, which I'm really grateful for. Wall Street Silver, go ahead, man.
Well, once it's in the federal system, the length of the sentence is often judged by the size of the financial crime, and because that's why Bernie Madoff ended up with 150 plus years. The size of the amount of money is critical in the length of the sentencing. And with the numbers they're throwing around, 8 to 10 billion for FTX, Sam's looking at a similar 100+ year sentence here.
Can you remember how much was Bernie?
Bernie was 150 years, and he was
how much dollars?
Oh, he was 15 or 16 billion. But if you look at the actual
pretty close.
If you look at the actual Ponzi number of what the fake number of what he said people had been making, that was at 60 billion. But the real dollars that actually went into the Ponzi was, I want to say 16 billion or in that area. But the key thing here is it wasn't just SBF. I just did a tweet about this. It was also Gary Wang. His wife Constance Wangs was the COO. Caroline, we all know. Sam Trabucco was the co-CEO of Alameda, who just resigned a few months ago. And I think a lot of people would like to know, did he see the writing on the wall 3 months earlier and bailed out 3 months earlier, hoping to dodge this?
Hussein, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I will jump in. Now, I wasn't going to do any more spaces about FTX. The numbers are much higher. I know you guys are thinking it's 8 to 10 billion. The numbers, when they go into full investigation, they start looking at when he cashed out the crypto, the customer's crypto, sold it out, and all the funds that he brought in. Which we've got data that puts it up to 26 billion, and that's not even, we believe, not even half the data out there. There's a lot of companies, a lot of investments, a lot of money he put in that we know about.
Your mic's a little
Yeah, Hussein, your mic is a bit choppy, man. If you can, and we can hear a bit of feedback on your end. Maybe I'll let Orbis speak quickly, and then so you can fix your mic, and then I'll give you the mic again because I know you'll probably have a lot to say.
I'll jump off and jump back on. So it might be. It's sometimes it happens with the connection when I join you guys. So let me jump on and we'll start jumping back on.
All right, perfect. Orbis?
Turn off your notifications so you don't get kicked out.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Someone sends you
He
a
got.
text.
Yeah, I'll tell him as well.
It's because he speaks so fast it breaks the mic.
All right, so Mario and everyone on the stage. I was just looking at Bernie Madoff. I think it was 150 years, right? And his sons were also convicted at that time. But I believe, if I'm not wrong, didn't both of his sons also die in jail? I'm not sure. And obviously, we know Bernie.
Bernie
One
Madoff's
committed
brother was
suicide.
convicted. Bernie Madoff's brother was convicted. One of his sons committed suicide, and the sons were mostly innocent. The sons were just running the norm. There were two businesses that Bernie Madoff had. One was a completely normal, brokerage business. It was the money management business that was the Ponzi. The two sons actually turned in Bernie Madoff, their father, when their father, Bernie, confessed to them that, it was all over. The two sons the next day went to the FBI and turned their own father in. So the two sons were, their lives were destroyed by this, but they did the right thing. So I don't want anyone to, at least that's everything I read about it. They were never charged. Bernie Madoff's brother was part of the scam and was convicted. And I think he also died in jail.
But Madoff was charged with 11. I mean, he pled guilty to 11 counts. I mean, securities fraud, wire fraud, perjury, money laundering, mail fraud, right? So it's like with Sam, it's not just going to be one charge, obviously, right? I mean, federal wire fraud alone, right? Just federal wire fraud. That carries a 20-year maximum sentence. And if you involve any financial institutions, that can go up to 30 years. If you add aggravating factors, you can talk about 35, 40 years for federal wire fraud alone, not to mention the numerous other crimes he's committed. And so I don't think it's a question. He's likely to go to prison for life, I think, if they do take it that far. But I don't know. I mean, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, it would actually be better than what happened to Ross, right? The guy who created the social platform for e-commerce back in 2000s, and he was arrested for creating an anonymous social platform where people could come and sell, and he wasn't even part of any of the illegal activities, and yet he was sentenced to double life prison.
He was arrested for
and
also
sentenced to double life.
He was arrested for some soliciting for murder and a few other things. It wasn't just creating a website. So, I mean, I know the urban legend was he
charged with any of the illegal crimes, though.
Yeah.
So I want to go to Hussein, if you don't mind, guys. Hussein, are you with us?
Mario, I just wanted to. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask two questions quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
And those questions were, looking at the extradition treaty. there's the one case in which the extradition request might not go through is if they determine that the extradition is politically motivated. So I wanted to just ask the experts over here, with all the big names being pulled on, is there a chance that the investigation might go this route? And the reason I'm bringing up all of these questions is because, again, guys, like almost 10 days back, I had heard that, they are waiting, Joe and Barbara, they're waiting for SBF to be extradited. And so I'm trying to think that, what could be the loopholes that are being exploited at this time. And the second question I had was, is there any scenario in which I know Vishal spoke about situations where, between US and Bahamas, if the crime is similar in nature, the person would still be extradited to US. But is there any scenario in which the trial could happen in Bahamas, especially
I can
looking
read
at one
you
of
the.
the
I can read you the
just
exact.
looking at one of the precedences of another case where they had made an argument that we will not get justice in US, and so we want Bahamas to take over our case. So, Vishal.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
read you the exact clauses. So it's the political motivation thing about offenses is pretty straightforward. In this case, I don't think it would apply, but I can read you exactly what it says in the extradition treaty. It says, for political and military offenses, extradition shall not be granted when A, the offense for which extradition is requested is an offense of a political character, in which case I don't think it is. Even if you can make the argument that there is some political motivation behind it, the offense itself is not of a political character. And so I think that's the exception you're referring to. But anyways, B, the executive authority of the requested state determines that the request was made for the purpose of prosecuting or punishing the person for an offense of, again, a political character. C, the executive authority of the requested state determines that the request was politically or racially motivated, which again, in this case, I don't think applies. And then number two, for the purpose of this treaty, the following offenses shall not be considered to be offenses of a political character. A, murder. B, offense with respect to which contracting state has the obligation to prosecute or grant extradition other than by means of a multilateral treaty, convention, or other international agreement. And then lastly, the executive authority of the requested state may refuse extradition for offenses under military law, which are not offenses under normal criminal law. So again, not a political
Are we still
character.
discussing whether the extradition is going to happen? The Bahamas said it would, and the SDNY is not going to drop this without extradition already in the
Well, no,
bag.
I agree with you. I was just addressing her concerns about any
Yeah,
possible...
useful, but definitely useful to have those primary sources. But this is a fait accompli as far as extradition goes. We don't need to worry about that.
I agree. I was just addressing her concerns.
And we'll go and
John,
we have
wait, just as a heads up, John Ray is going to be speaking about this tonight. I don't have a time, but it was just released in the Financial Times.
Oh, perfect. And we have Meta Lawman. Anything to add before I give the mic to Charles Hoskinson and Hussein? Meta Lawman, are you there? All right, Charles, how are you?
Good to see you guys. This is some breaking news, huh?
It is. Like last time you were here, we were just witnessing the implosion live on stage, and we're hoping. And then we started losing hope in whether Sam would get arrested, and then we see this. Not sure. Actually, I'm gonna surprise you, Charles. You're gonna enjoy this. You weren't there for the last space we did, and I wanna give the mic to Hussein, Charles, because I invited him back. He said he'll never do an FTX space again. So before I get your thoughts on this, I want Hussein to give us an idea, because Hussein has been investigating FTX for 9 months or so, and he's got a lot of insight into how deep this goes. And I think, Charles, you'll find this really interesting. So Hussein, I want to give you the mic to tell us, hopefully your mic works this time, Hussein. Give us an idea for anyone that missed the space we did last time, very briefly. I know there's a lot of things that you discussed, but how deep does this go? How many more people are involved, and what do you expect to see in the next few months? Because you've spent a lot of time investigating FTX and Alameda.
I hope you can hear me much better now. I'm sitting down. Yeah, I was just having lunch when you tagged me in. Look, the situation is much bigger than most people are contemplating. I mean, even in terms of the money. I know you guys are looking at 8 to 10 billion, but that's not even a drop of water. I mean, it's what we're looking at right now is just from basic info we have is 26 to 50 billion dollars. Right, so you've got different types of funds that they accumulated. Now, what you're talking about is different between customer funds, investment funds, and capital they raise for other projects. So when you combine the three amounts together, you're actually sitting on above 26 to 27 billion dollars. So just to give you a quiet insight, initially when we started this investigation and we started speaking and we put all the data together, we thought that this Ponzi, this whole scheme, was sitting above $50 billion. We haven't seen where the 50 billion is yet. I mean, I know people told us and we spoke to people, we put their data together, but we couldn't prove it. What we were able to prove that there's now over $26 billion, which went through the hands of Alameda and FTX. So it's a lot bigger than the numbers that you guys are discussing. Now, in terms of, and what I loved about this space and the only reason why I jumped on is now you guys are asking the right questions. You get Singh, you get Gary, what's his name? The CTO, Gary Wong, you grab those two, you'll find the money. So the system, the guys who looked after the things for FTX, you got to look at Alameda. The money was being shifted by a few people. Now, we know that Sam took a loan of $3.3 billion. Now, what you guys haven't seen yet is what Caroline took, what Gary took, and what the other guys involved took. Now, even Dan Friedberg, I mean, you don't give your Nishad Singh $500 million plus, and you don't give the rest of them. So these guys were siphoning money out. The information that we have that they all took large sums of money. So whoever thinks they have no money, they've got a lot of money. Whoever thinks all the money is gone, all the money isn't gone. It's too big of a numbers. These guys have just very well moved the money and just nobody knows where the funds are. But once you start tracing the funds, I'm pretty sure you'll see there's probably about 26 billion plus in initial investment that they had in their hands. And you'll find that the money trail, you need Singh. We've said it from day one. I don't know if Murray, you remember. You want these guys, go after Singh. Get Nishad Singh. No one's gone after him yet. All right, grab Nishad Singh.
Can you tell us who? Can you tell the audience who that is?
So here's okay. I'm going to tell you from our perspective of my company how things operate and why I'm doing.
Before actually, Hussein, just 2 seconds. I know we have breaking. Alexander, you have something to share before we give the mic back to Hussein?
Yeah, John Ray's statement is out. If you want to see that, this is what he says. So he just this is before the why is this not here? It is. This is before the after the arrest, but before the indictment comes out, which is apparently at 10 a.m. this morning. And I'm looking here. Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Here, I pinned it.
So I'll let you prepare. Yeah, I'll let you. Are you ready to read it out, or do you want to give the mic back to Hussein first? I'll let you prepare. Give you a couple of minutes. Yeah, sure. All good. Hussein, do you want to continue? So you were saying Singh, catching Singh. Can you tell us more what you mean by that?
So Nishad is the guy who built it all. So the back end, and from what we've been told, even the back door, the entry to the system, everything to do with the system, Nishad knew the whole system back to front. So even though Sam or anyone says we couldn't code, you've got to go after the person who actually built it. Now the person that built it knows exactly how and what and where and how it operates. So everyone's left Nishad alone. And from day one, even from the day we first jumped on Mario's, we said, grab Nishad. That's the guy. Because this is the guy that actually developed, from everyone that we spoke to, Nishad is the one that developed the technology. So he's the one that enhanced and worked on the technology extensively, him and Gary. Now, SBF obviously is the architect and designs what he wants, and they develop it and build it. Now, you've got to follow the money. You know that Nishad has taken over $500 million in a loan, and when it's a loan, that means obviously that's money he's just taken. But so has Sam. Now, what you guys aren't looking at is the rest of the group. You don't give one party and not give the other party. We were told they were all siphoning money. Right, it wasn't just a single person. The whole group was taking large volumes of money. So from what we understand, they all have large volumes of money with them. And we aren't talking about a couple of $100 million each. We are talking about a substantial amount of money, over $500 million each. We were told Dan Friedberg alone was in figures above Singh, much above Singh. So in the $1 billion plus. So again, these are speculation. We've never been able to prove it. and we don't have the resources to prove this stuff. But what we are saying is once they investigate and they realize the crime, so the crimes, see, they can get away with it if you don't realize what they did. Once you start looking at leverage positions, wiping out people's leverages and everything they committed, you can then trace what accounts got paid and where the money went. You know, we were told they were siphoning money through FTX. It was actually being utilized for money laundering. So the system itself, through leveraging, they were positioning, you know, people to take advantage or, you know, put them in a position, wiping out leveraging, and that's how that person got paid. So they were actually intentionally losing money. So Alameda Research wasn't losing money, you know, unintentionally. They were actually losing money to siphon the funds. So this will lead.
We've got the all good, mate. All good. I'll let you continue because that's you know you got a lot of information to share based on the last space. We've got Nick joining as well, which is perfect. But Alexandra, you've got the statement from the new FTX CEO.
What it was in the Financial Times that I don't have a subscription to, but it basically pulled out all of the like they show it the first time and then they cut it because you don't have a subscription. But
yeah, send me the link. Send me the link on WhatsApp and I'll open it up and then
go ahead and laugh, Charlie. It's what happens, right? Like I'm looking at all the sources and I only were subscribed to like 10.
So what essentially wrong from you?
Marius got ways of breaking the firewalls.
Yeah, what?
He has a statement from.
Okay,
one second. I'll send it straight to you.
Doomberg
go ahead.
The statement. If anyone wants to read it, Doomberg just tweeted it.
Yeah, sure. Do you have it open? Do you want to read it out, Wall Street Silver?
It's kind of long, so I don't know if it's. Well, I'll read it. While many things are unknown at this stage and many questions remain, we do know the following. First, customer assets from FTX were commingled with assets from Alameda trading platform. Second, Alameda used client funds to engage in margin trading, which exposed customer funds to massive losses. Third, the FTX group went on a spending binge from late 2021 through 2022, during which approximately $5 billion was spent buying a bunch of businesses and investments, many of which are worth only a fraction of what was paid for them. Fourth, loans and other payments were made to insiders in excess of $1 billion. Fifth, Alameda's business model as a market maker required deploying funds to various third-party exchanges, which were inherently unsafe and further exacerbated by the limited protections offered by certain foreign jurisdictions. So that's the limit of what has been copied and pasted on Twitter that I can see so far. One other thing I just wanted to mention.
Where can I see it? Where can you pin it above?
Doomberg just tweeted it. If anyone wants to.
Pretty much all of that is consistent with things that have been covered on here.
I was going to say the same.
If you click on the link that I pinned up there, you can actually see it there. So it's the whole the Financial Times thing. It apparently will work through there.
Okay.
But it says the
Go
first
ahead.
two things that it says are just talking about here. It's questions have been raised as to why all of the FTX group companies were included in the Chapter 11 filing, particularly FTX US. The answer is because FTX US was not operated independently of FTX.com. Chapter 11 protection was necessary both to avoid a run on the bank at FTX US and to allow our team the time to identify and protect its assets. Since the time of the filing, I've become even more confident this was the correct decision, as the books and records issued at the FTX US and many relationships between FTX US and the other FTX group companies become clearer. He continues, customer assets from FTX.com were commingled with assets from Alameda trading platform, and I think the rest was read. But I mean, there's supposed to be another statement coming at 10 a.m. tomorrow, I believe Eastern time, is when the Southern District of New York thing is supposed to be the unsealed, and I think that there's going to be a statement then actually also from John Ray.
Hey,
Alex,
Mario, do you mind if I interrupt for just a second? There's another kind of breaking news. It's related to the Twitter files, if you don't mind.
Oh shit! Yeah, of course. What happened there?
All right, so Eric Schmidt, if you're not familiar with him, he's the Attorney General of what is it, Missouri? Yeah. So he has sent a letter to Twitter based on the Twitter files, wanting to know James Baker's overall role into whether any key documents that were requested previously were deleted. So I just well, I just quote tweeted it. I'll put that in the at the top, and that's something worth looking into. So he says here, thanks to Elon Musk's Twitter files, we now know that James Baker had an outsized role in censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story at Twitter. Last week, we sent a letter to Twitter asking the platform to look into whether any key documents were deleted. Further, we asked Twitter to reveal who from the federal government communicated with Twitter to censor speech. Based on our current depositions, we believe the previous list we received pursuant to a third-party subpoena was incomplete. Lastly, we asked Twitter to provide responsive documents pursuant to our original third-party subpoena, and he links to the full letter requesting that Twitter release a bunch of information about all of the federal agents who were communicating with Twitter with regards to the censorship of users. And this is only known now, right? This is only allowed now. I mean, not allowed, but only possible now because of the release of the Twitter files. So, don't count on the federal government to take action against these people. It is attorneys generals like Eric Schmidt who are going to be taking action here.
I appreciate you sharing this. For anyone that doesn't know, we've been covering the Twitter files live for the
Mario,
last few days and for the next few days.
I also add a funny little tag on to that? There was Musk went to David Chappelle's stand-up show yesterday in San Francisco, and he wasn't best received amongst the San Franciscan community. So there's a video of him apparently being booed quite a lot. But as you can tell, that's not the sentiment shared by everybody across the country. So it's quite a funny little anecdote there.
I want to go back to the files. So Hussein, the things that Wall Street Silver, if you can pin the tweet you're referring to as well. I just couldn't find it for some reason. It's on Bloomberg's Twitter account. Silver?
Doomberg. D-O-O.
Oh, Doomberg. Oh shit. Okay. Doomberg T.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can see it, the little bird, the green bird. All right, I'm gonna check it out now. Thanks for sharing that. I'll send it to my team so they can keep an eye out on it. But based on what you've read, and I'm going to read it now again, there it is, John Ray's testimony. While many things are unknown at this stage, and okay, so that's the testimony that Alexandra read. And is that what you are referring to as well, Silver?
Yes, I just read that verbatim from Doomberg's account.
Perfect, yeah. And many questions, we know the following. First, custom assets from FTX were commingled with assets from the Alameda. Okay, so it's actually what we know already. He's confirming it all. But Hussein, I'll let you continue giving us an overview because I want to get Charles's thoughts after he hears you speak on all your findings. So first thing you mentioned is probably the biggest thing you mentioned is that there's a lot more money involved, and I'm trying to get your business partner up on stage. A lot more money involved, and you mentioned a number closer to 50 billion. And I've got a whole thread. I'm actually going to find the thread and I'm going to retweet it so everyone can have a look at it because we kind of summarized in that thread everything you said. So I'm going to find that thread and retweet it. But that was one of the main things. Then you mentioned that now we're going to, you talked about Singh. I forgot his first name. He is probably the key, him and others, Sam Trabucco as well, and no, Gary Wong, the CTO, will be the key to find that money because that money was not only funneled through Sam's parents, but also other executives and other employees at FTX and Alameda. And they all got property as well. And that's what your chain analysis showed as well. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, even with the property. Sorry.
It was just Nishad. I was giving you the name.
Yeah, Nishad Singh. Yeah, even with the property, from its early days, we were told that it was about $500 million spent inside of the Bahamas. And they were buying property for a lot of people, including, I think, one of the guys from the block. Now, we didn't understand the significance. And Mario, if you actually look at the documents I sent you months ago, I mean, they're actually in that document. We just didn't even know who the block was. We don't come from a crypto industry. And then when everyone made a big deal about it, I just started looking, saying, okay, why is it such a big deal? Then I realized why it was such a big deal.
Hussein, in your documents, you mentioned the payment to the block?
See, there's 60 million. So, when you look at the first document I sent you, if you download that document, you go to that link and you download it, you'll see that I know that there's a little bit difference. Obviously, we get inside information. It's not always perfect, right? But we had some. I actually thought the block was a TV block. I didn't even know what it was. You know, so when we had it on there, we've got influencers, how much money was spent on influencers and how much money was spent on the block. If I'm correct, I don't have the file. I'm actually having lunch. But if I have the file in front of me, I think it was $60 million.
Jesus Christ. So for anyone, let me mute you again, Hussein, because I'm getting a lot of feedback from your end. So I'll mute you whenever you're not speaking. But essentially, just for anyone that's not taking, because when you first came on stage, man, we got, and that's in the early days, we got a lot of criticisms like, Mario, you're jumping to too many conclusions. But then one thing after another proved to be right. And you and Top Boy, the insider that had the account, Top Boy, that came in, you and him probably gave us the most insight into everything that SBF has been doing. Now, what you're telling me is tough lad, and in the files top lad, and in the files you were doing that you sent me, man, it's a pretty big data room, and you sent to the press as well, correct?
Yes, correct.
It shows in there that the payment that everyone's gone crazy about right now regarding the block is in those records. Is that what you're saying?
It is, but it's a lot more on our records. It says that overall there was, I think, 6.
He dropped out.
FYI, I just posted, DB just did another update, but they officially listed the different charges. So it's wire fraud conspiracy, securities fraud conspiracy,
50 million.
money laundering.
So it says that there was a.
Oh shit.
He's saying, I'm gonna remove. Hold on.
Yeah. So the statement that we read from John Ray, that was actually before the arrest, with regards to
one other point I wanted to make about the. Oh wait, is somebody talking that I can't hear?
No. Not anymore. Go ahead, bro. Go good.
My bad, because it looked like some people's mics were unmuted, but I couldn't hear anybody. But one more point I want to make on the Madoff comparison was that, initially prosecutors thought because Madoff claimed that he acted alone, that it would be difficult to implicate other people. But then it was his CFO. I forgot the guy's name. I don't know if anybody remembers his CFO's name, but he was like the star witness, and he pled guilty to 10 counts at that time, and that's really what opened the case up and what allowed other people to be arrested in the wake of the Madoff situation. So I think that's inevitably going to happen here because there were other people involved. I mean, there had to be. So that's really the next wave of what comes. And people who are saying like Sam's gonna like flip on a bunch of people, like maybe, but I'm not sure if he's gonna be the key to opening it up or if it's gonna be other people just looking for a plea deal.
It was Frank DePascali was the CFO for Bernie Madoff
that was his name. There you go.
Yeah.
My bad.
And what you just what you said, SBF is the key at the top, but I guarantee you one of the other 5 beneath him is the feds always want one insider who's just going to sing like a bird, all right, who will just point the fingers and will have credibility, and they'll give that one person they'll give that one person, they're just going to charge them with 1 count and give them a minimum sentence, and then everyone else is going to fry. So the race is on right now among the 6 key people who can cut a deal first with the feds, because that's the person who's going to get the good deal, and everyone else is going to fry for 20 years to life in this deal. And unless I think that one Indian guy's already back in India. Who was it, Nishad or someone? Unless I think he's already fled back to India, and hope I guess he's hoping that they won't extradite him back. But the rest of them are all going to probably fry. Or not fry. They're not going to die.
Sorry, guys. Just because I've got to quickly leave, please, I apologise for butting in. I've just got a meeting and I've got to jump in, but I can come back later. If they get Nishad, they'll have everything they need. Really, that's the guy they need. I know he's in India. They need to bring him back. They need to question him. He's the guy that knows everything inside the system and knows. I mean, when we're talking about the way they were washing money and trading money in the system, he's the one that developed all the protocols for it. So you really need to bring Nishad back.
And I just want to say, before you jump off to your meeting, and make sure you jump back on, I've invited your business partner, Nick. I've just DM'd him the invite now. But I just want to say to you, so the number that you had the block, because all of crypto was up in arms for the last few days when they found out about the payment to the block by SBF. But you knew this.
We had that they gave them 60 million. They gave them a 4 million. Look, the file's not in front of me, and there's a lot of data. But I remember there was a cash payment. So we were told there was a certain cash payment given. There was a property in the Bahamas.
Hussein, just before you continue, I don't understand. You had this information. Who have you shared this information with other than us? The press, you said, yeah?
I've given it to heaps of reporters. I've given it to heaps of people. Anyone that asks for it has it. And the Dropbox is a live Dropbox. So what happens in the link, every time we update it and every time something happens, everyone can get the updated details. So it's
Do you mind if I make it public?
Let me create a specific folder for you to make public. There's a lot of things there we don't want to go public yet.
Do that, man. Do a folder. I want to make it public because if you've shared the block story with all these reporters and they haven't covered it, and now, and because this is pretty serious.
Honestly, so we don't lie to you, we didn't know what the block even was. It was just another thing.
No, but reporters, but if it was in there, reporters should know what it is. Anyone in the crypto space should know who it is.
Yeah, from us, we just had them as one of the influencers that got paid money. It was either 50 or 60 million in total. But that's all we had them as. We didn't even know who the block was or who's a part of the block. But it was just another part of the list of money they spent.
Okay, based on this alone, for anyone listening, I've just retweeted the thread summarizing everything from the space we did with Hussein. I think we should start finally taking everything that Hussein and Nick said in that space and in their data room that I'll make public when Hussein gives me the link and gives me permission, should take it very seriously. And any reporters that are listening, I think if you did look into the data room properly, you would have covered those story, you would have broken that story early before anyone else, including especially the story about the block.
Mario, everything you guys are hearing now, if you go speak to CNBC or NBC News or any of the ones we worked with, us and Ben, which is BitBoy, they already had all this evidence that you guys are now discussing. And we had told them the full stories about Dan, about seeing. We even told them about the hack before the hack happened. It's just nobody reported anything. So even the close reporters we worked with, we gave them so much information, but I think they found it very hard to believe. It wasn't until after the fact that they came back to us and said, shit, it actually did happen. But we actually had all the inside information early days, but even we didn't know what was real or not. I mean, let's be honest. We had all this data given to us by so many people. We had to go through them and try to figure out what was real, what wasn't real. And there's limited amount of information to verify what was real or not. But if the ones we did verify, like Singh, right, the hack, all of these were verified through people who we know are credible. And these were why we told the reporters that all of this is credible. These guys told us everything they've said is 100% correct. They've never told us one thing that's been outside of being absolutely perfect data. And we gave them everything. We gave them everything on, before the collapse of FTX, during the collapse of FTX, and after the collapse of FTX. There's nothing that's out on the market now or out on news channels that these reporters didn't have access to much earlier than everyone else.
And I'm just doing a tweet to give you a big shout out and kind of bring awareness to that thread. But you also said, and it's in that thread, that the hack, for anyone listening, you remember how FTX was hacked in the Bahamas and we saw all that money come out. And they also said that the app should be uninstalled because there's malware on the app. Well, the point that Hussein is making, or made in that space we did last week, he's like, guys, that's not the case. The reason they wanted the app uninstalled is because they were wiping data. And that hack, while they took the money and it's an inside job, while they took the money, that hack was essentially a distraction as they continue wiping data.
It was also a little bit earlier than that. We actually believe that it happened from the day they even approached CZ. So it was, they were actually planning, they knew they were about to fall, they knew everything was going to be uncovered. So we believe it started on very early. We believe they did the hack when JJ took over, so they can actually say that they had nothing to do with it. They weren't they weren't the CEO at the time and they weren't in charge. And that's why it was planned when they left and he basically took over and the bankruptcy went there. I mean, come on guys, if someone's hacking a system, do you hack the system when it's got heaps of money or do you wait until there's no more money in it? So there was, from day one, that whole hack was just about destroying data and, obviously shifting. And that's why you see a lot of people straight away started saying that their wallets had no more balances in there. I mean, even right now the servers are down, but you'll find that when the servers come back up, you're going to get heaps of complaints about people saying that we don't actually have data. Now, this brings to the enterprise accounts. Everything else we were told was true. So I think the enterprise accounts is also true. The enterprise account is the way they were actually getting around KYC and washing, or when I say washing, having a secondary market on FTX utilized by traders who would have, you know, anything from drug money to cartel money to whatever it is. I mean, that's the only thing that's left over at everything we were told that we haven't been able to prove. Everything else has been 100% spot on. So if everything else is correct, I would suggest that the enterprise accounts is what they would be deleting, and people should start looking into the system of how they ran their enterprise accounts. Having someone with one KYC issue sub accounts to other people, and they were utilizing that as a secondary exchange in other regions to bring volumes, but also to bring black money into the system.
Jesus, man. I'm going to retweet it. I'm going to do a tweet again to bring awareness to everything guys shared.
But I really have to go. I'm running very late. Cancelled too many appointments these last 2 weeks. I'll jump back after
the meeting. Yeah, come back after the meeting.
See you later, guys. Thank you.
Charles, what do you think, man?
I mean, it's a hell of a story. You know, I listened to CoffeeZilla's interview on the Lex Friedman podcast, and, you know, I've been getting reports every other day about various things in the SBF scandal. I didn't expect him to get arrested this quickly. Generally speaking, when you look at what's happened here, this is not a normal financial crimes investigation. Usually if there's like a rogue trading desk at Chase or Goldman Sachs or something like that, you have a highly regulated structure with good corporate controls, good record keeping, and then you kind of have a little dark area where something happened. And it's not too hard to reconstruct history. When you look at how SBF ran his shop, it's almost like how a mafia unit would run their shop. And so this looks a lot more like a RICO investigation, which is basically what you would do to go after a mafia type organization where there's limited records and you have to systematically reconstruct things from scratch. Now, the DOJ and the IRS, through something called the CID, they both have very sophisticated forensic accounting groups who have that capacity. And what they do is they kind of climb the ladder. So they walk their way through of anybody who worked there, who was in a position to know, anybody who had records, and slowly pull the pieces back together. Given that this arrest happened so soon, because that reconstruction is painstaking and it takes quite a bit of time, it's likely there was an investigation into FTX prior to the collapse. That's the first thing there. The second thing is I suspect that there's a parallel investigation the U.S. government is conducting looking into the Bahamas itself, because there might be some incidents of corruption there. There's probably going to be another referral. There's a special group within the DOJ that looks into political corruption. That's where Jack Smith worked, the special counsel that was just appointed to look at Trump. And he investigated Edwards, the former VP candidate, and a bunch of Republicans and others. So there's likely going to be some referral there too, given that there was a humongous amount of political donations that got washed through. And there's usually some form of an FEC issue in addition to perhaps other things that are more nefarious. More likely than not, the entire corporate structure is going to get collapsed into the United States. You know, there's 133 companies, they're all around the world, but it's going to get swept up because there's a substantive U.S. concern to this affair. And the charges that they'll hit them with are going to be done in layers and waves. So you think like wire fraud, bank fraud, even if it's just a few charges, they could carry very long sentences, decades. And collectively, this could put them in jail 20, 30 years just with that initial set. But I suspect that they have insiders who have already provided some form of information to assist the investigation, and that this is something that's been ongoing for probably greater than 6 to 9 months. In terms of the scale of it, you know, $50 billion, it's pretty amazing, you know, when you think about it. There tends to be amplification when you're lending to yourself and you're creating tokens out of thin air and you're playing accounting schemes where you can make numbers look larger and then you can leverage those in a certain way. And if you bet right, you make a windfall. If you bet wrong, it completely wipes you out. So it would be surprising to me that he was able to aggregate that many assets unless he was able to pilfer a ton of deposits. But it very well could have happened. I mean, the crypto markets at one point were worth $2.6 trillion at the height of last year. At the beginning of this year, it was still $2.2 trillion. So there was a lot of book value there. It's an open question about the fiat. There's no question that there was structuring and layering with respect to money laundering. He had bought stuff for his parents, and a lot of people in his inner circle were getting big payoffs. And actually, the most interesting thing was the block. And this was something that we all suspected the Layer 1 community, because there were certain cryptocurrencies like Ripple, Cardano, others, and we just get brutalized in the media. And we were always wondering, why does the block hate us? I mean, we've never done anything to these guys. And then we find out, oh, well, Solana is kind of SBF's little thing, and anything that competes with it or is a challenge to it, let's go ahead and throw some money at the media to write negative articles. What's more interesting is the lack of desire by the mainstream media to write about SBF. And actually, as they do the forensic accounting, there might be some very, very uncomfortable and inconvenient financial connections between SBF and mainstream media. Not necessarily to the extent of what we saw with the block, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if a few $1 million went here or there. And that's why they covered for him as long as they could and buried as long as they could. But this is a very challenging investigation because it's like a RICO case. There's going to be forensic accounting up the wazoo. It's a political case because it involves multiple jurisdictions and political donations. There was a flow of money from FTX into Ukraine. And there's a lot of factors here that are going to make things very challenging. The other thing is SBF made it incredibly easy for him to be prosecuted because he just went and talked to people. He established a fact pattern that ran contrary to any notion of reality, coming here, coming other places. He never found an interview he didn't like. And he said a ton of things that are now in the public domain that are probably admissible, that will run contrary to records the DOJ probably already has. Whether he's the ringleader or there are other conspirators, it's an interesting thing. You'd have to see the ownership structure. But as Hussein said, this is a financial investigation, so it's very simple. You just follow the money. And there's incredibly sophisticated tools, techniques, and people who literally this is all they do for a living at DOJ and IRS and other parts of the federal bureaucracy of the United States, who are incredibly good at reconstructing records and following money. And then they're going to be able to kind of rope things off. And actually, IRS in particular has a lot of sophisticated crypto tools that they license from Chainalysis and other firms. And they use those tools to basically track for tax evasion and money laundering. So it's very likely that domain expertise is going to be brought in. And they're going to kind of reconcile the blockchain records that exist with the inflows and outflows. And they know how to do that at this point. It's something that they have a lot of knowledge for. I suspect that if SBF gets arrested, as he's been arrested, there's probably going to be another wave of arrests that happen in another week or two. It's hard to say how many. And there's just a question of how many people have already fled to extradition countries or not. The frustrating thing is this thing is going to drag on for a long time. The fact that they moved so quickly this early in is also probably indication that they were worried about a flight risk, where they were thinking that there was a good probability that he was going to skip town and go to a place that was hard to get him, or just disappear, or maybe somebody would kill him. And so they said, well, we got to get him in U.S. custody and get him somewhere where we can sit on him for a bit, and then they can slow everything down to a grinding halt. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a trial postponed until 2024. It may actually take that long. If you guys remember Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos, between when the Wall Street Journal broke the story and the company fell apart to when she went to trial, was quite a bit of time. And there she was in the United States. It's a company that had much better internal controls, better record keeping. So it was pretty obvious and straightforward. Here's a situation where to make things admissible in court, everything is going to require meticulous work and a chain of evidence and all kinds of stuff like that. And it was very clear that he was trying to destroy some evidence too. They were using Signal with disappearing messages to communicate with each other. And it may be possible with forensics to still recover some of those messages depending upon exactly what they did. And that's why it looks a lot more like a RICO investigation, because that's what you would expect from a criminal enterprise, like a drug cartel or an arms trafficker or something like that, where they have enough operational security to have good ComSec and they always communicate in ways that give some notion of plausible deniability, where even if you can get the records, it's hard to attach those back to the individual, and you can use procedural kind of chicanery to ensure that those aren't admissible. So they got a long road ahead. He's got a long road ahead. The scale of this, he's probably looking at what Madoff got. I think it was more than 50 years. So I don't think he's ever going to see the outside of a prison cell unless he's a really old man or he's got some incredible political dirt.
Well, Madoff got 150 years, and he was already in his 70s. I mean, this guy, what's his name? Sam's only 30 years old. I mean, he'll be doing 50 years of living still in prison. He's probably mentally just collapsing right now because he's sort of realizing, he's never going to play League of Legends ever again.
It's so weird. I can't hear half of you guys. I can hear some of you, but I can't hear the others.
It happens. It sometimes glitches, Charles. So what you can do if you want, you can drop down and drop back up, and you'll hear them, or just wait, and it should work afterwards. It's whatever you prefer. I'll just want to say one thing to add on to Charles, and then add on to what Wall Street Silver mentioned. Charles, I'll send you also my WhatsApp, so you can actually DM me whenever you want to jump back in the space you're facing difficulties.
He'd be great to have on. I mean, he's the guy who made Cardano, and I own a lot of it.
Oh, yeah. He was there. Charles was there. We had literally everybody from the space, all the leaders there, like witnessing the implosion live from the space, from everyone from Gabe and regulators to CZ and Jesse from Kraken and Charles and the founder of Polygon. I always forget his name. So it was a fascinating time. But I just want to add on to what Charles said. There was a group that what's his name? Sam created. A secret group. Does anyone remember the name? Let me see. I had it open just now.
Wire fraud.
Wire fraud. So Charles, they literally had a group called like all the executives, and that group was called Wire Fraud. I don't know if it was on Signal.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
It was on WhatsApp, which is ridiculous because it's not encrypted, right? I mean, that's owned by Facebook, so that's ridiculous. I just want a couple of quick things. First is that there's also a huge number, there's at least 7 class action suits now against FTX and SBF, some together, some separate. And a lot of the celebrities who were named as defendants in that one class action are filing separately. Several of them do have RICO causes of action. RICO causes of action, that the Racketeering Act, usually has a collection of innocent acts that are combined together to make a criminal act. It's actually very difficult to prove. And remember, there was another company that tried to prove it, the Bitcoin manipulation, something or other, that tried to sue in 2019. And then the case was dismissed, but it's probably settled. But they had filed a RICO action against them and couldn't. Well, it didn't go to trial, so we don't really know what the action was for that. But it's actually quite difficult. There is a political division that goes after political, political corruption. But generally speaking, that runs through the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It's also called the FCPA. That's another one that's very difficult to prove. Nearly all corruption in government is reconciled through diplomatic, not criminal means. And then the last thing is that Sam Trabucco looks like he's the connection between Tether, the Farmington, now Moonstone Bank, and FTX/Alameda. He was one of the leads on Alameda with Carolyn Ellison. He left to go live on his boat. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a few months ago.
And Alexander, just for Sam Trabucco, that was just about the time when Nick, who I've just sent him an invite to join again, Nick and Hussein started investigating FTX and SBF. In that period, that's when Sam left. So they don't know whether it's related to the investigation because they started going deep. Like what Hussein, who was speaking earlier, and Nick did was intense. And you can see by all the things they knew before everyone else, the block, the hack, the commingling of funds. They were ringing the alarm for months and months and months. Charles, I see you unmuted.
Yeah, just real quickly. So this, to be clear, this is a standard financial investigation. My comments about RICO weren't the application 1970 RICO Act. It's a RICO style investigation in that the kinds of things that FTX was doing is what you would expect to see from a criminal enterprise. So you have to use a different set of investigative tools and a different set of chain of custody of evidence and so forth to be able to actually prosecute correctly. When you investigate a normal financial organization, even Enron, there's an assumption of fairly good record keeping, third-party auditors. There's a chain of command, and most people in the organizations usually follow the law. So you have an enormous amount of stuff to start with. When you investigate a criminal organization, first you usually have a low level of sophistication at the bottom tiers, and then when you get more sophisticated as you climb up the ladder, but they purposefully obfuscate things. And they make it very difficult to connect the low parts of the chain to the upper parts of the chain. So there's different investigation techniques that you use to be able to penetrate and climb that ladder. And I suspect that it's going to have to be the case here in FTX after the comments in the bankruptcy filing and also other things that have been revealed in an investigation. As for political corruption, it works kind of in three different ways. So there's corruption in that a large amount of stolen money or money in question was donated to political candidates. And actually, by SBF statements, he said that he donated both Democrats and Republicans, publicly to Democrats and dark money to Republicans. Almost certainly somebody at the FEC is going to at least validate, look at this, and try to get an understanding of whether that was lawful or not. Then there's an FCPA, Foreign Corrupt Powers Act, and that's you can't bribe people. And there's probably going to be some allegations, especially as people are pulled into the circle, that there was bribery in the Caribbean or in other jurisdictions so that they could get more favorable treatment. And that's a crime to SBF. As for diplomatic means, the U.S. government, you're absolutely right, typically doesn't care too much about what happens in one place or the other, unless there's a substantial U.S. impact in that matter. And they're few and far between, but that's not something I think they're going to get into in that respect.
You actually can bribe. It just can't be your main course of business. I used to do work in the FCPA. It was an interesting period, and it's really hard to get good prosecution going because it has that RICO characteristic, right? Which is really hard to pin down those specific actions where the crime happened because they're all disguised. And if you look at it, a lot of the disguises here happened in the fact that they approved financial transactions with emojis or through text messages that aren't properly recorded. I would like to see what Armanino and Prager Metis, which is the the accounting firm that they had that apparently did their audits but have only one office and it's in the metaverse. So like the choice of accountants is it speaks a lot, honestly, in terms of what their intentions were, because they certainly could have afforded having one of the big three accounting firms and chose not to do that. My only point about the RICO actions is that they're using that. Several of these class actions are actually trying to bring more RICO cases, which I think is really interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that's successful. They're nearly all, again, in Florida. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what the charges that they bring are and how successful it is.
Yeah, but in those cases, you throw everything in the kitchen sink when you file the lawsuit. And a lot of these cases will be settled without litigation. But I mean, Tom Brady, Giselle, Kevin O'Leary, all these other people got spun into this. And they're just going to maximize the level of pain until they kind of bite and then cut something. So it's a standard practice. And I suspect that when they have a chance to respond to these, that things will change a bit.
I'm just looking at more news being shared with me here. Actually, I want to touch on a lot of people are messaging me to touch on what's happening with Binance as we wait for more information on SBF and his arrest. Charles, I've seen the news. I haven't been able to catch up with it. Have you looked at all the FUD, the news about Binance in the last 24 hours?
You know, people keep saying stuff about Binance. I guess there's a DOJ thing here and there, and you know, CZ is kind of the favorite political punching bag for certain people in the U.S. government. I like him. He's a friend of mine. He's always been nice to me. We've always had great, cordial relationships, and we've had a great time working with them as a layer one, answering technical questions about integration. I mean, he's got a vast empire.
Like,
You know,
if I
and
tell
here's
you,
the thing about a vast empire. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Sorry, no, I'll let you finish. And I've just got some news about Binance that was just shared with me. Not too major, but I'll mention it as soon as you're done.
I mean, the thing about having a vast empire is you have thousands of people running around. You're in tons of jurisdictions. You're handling hundreds of billions of dollars of people's money. And in many cases, you can't get complete regulatory clarity over the things you'd like to get complete clarity over. So you kind of make a decision of how Ned Flanders you want to get. Are you going to go full Ned Flanders, half Ned Flanders? And you know, every CEO has a different preference and risk tolerance in that respect. So when you look at things like Coinbase and Kraken, they tend to be belt and suspenders. When you look at things like Binance, globally they tend to be things like belt. And so it wouldn't surprise me that there's going to be some civil thing here, perhaps an allegation of a criminal thing there. But it's always important to take this in context. At any given day, there's some civil thing or criminal thing against JP Morgan Chase. There's been $19 billion of fines, including criminal trials over the last 20 years against Chase. And that's the largest bank in the world. So it's always important to have context that as you grow, you tend to accumulate these things based upon your risk profile. But at the end of the day, the thing that really matters is there a valid accounting? Is there good auditing? Do they actually have customer funds they claim that they have? Is there good cybersecurity? Are there good audit controls in process? And they've been around for quite a bit of time, and they seem to have a lot of competent people there, at least from my experience working with them.
Charles, any prediction on how the impact of this XRP Ripple lawsuit is going to have?
Well, that's a little off topic, but I did make a statement. I heard from a friend of mine who's in the legal circles that there may be a settlement or decision on the summary judgment on December 15th. I think that's before the judge goes on vacation on the 17th. If not, it's likely going to get resolved Q1, but I don't have any more information than that. It's just something I shared in an AMA.
So back to Binance. So CoinDesk just announced, let me see when it was, 4:23, an hour ago. Binance endured net outflows of $1 billion, or to be exact, $902 million in the past 24 hours, according to Nansen. And then crypto market makers Jump Trading and Wintermute are among the largest withdrawers. Nothing major, just them being safe and playing it safe. Or for me, I just see it like, you know, I don't see it as too major. $1 billion is a lot of money, but considering the reports and after what happened with FTX, it's pretty normal for players to be safe than be sorry.
Yeah, it's worth considering too, right? That Binance is
Charles, what do you think, man?
I mean, it's a hell of a story. You know, I listened to CoffeeZilla's interview on the Lex Friedman podcast, and you know, I've been getting reports every other day about various things in the SBF scandal. I didn't expect him to get arrested this quickly. Generally speaking, when you look at what's happened here, this is not a normal financial crimes investigation. Usually if there's like a rogue trading desk at Chase or Goldman Sachs or something like that, you have a highly regulated structure with good corporate controls, good record keeping, and then you kind of have a little dark area where something happened. And it's not too hard to reconstruct history. When you look at how SBF ran his shop, it's almost like how a mafia unit would run their shop. And so this looks a lot more like a RICO investigation, which is basically what you would do to go after a mafia type organization where there's limited records and you have to systematically reconstruct things from scratch. Now, the DOJ and the IRS, through something called the CID, they both have very sophisticated forensic accounting groups who have that capacity. And what they do is they kind of climb the ladder. So they walk their way through of anybody who worked there, who was in a position to know, anybody who had records, and slowly pull the pieces back together. Given that this arrest happened so soon, because that reconstruction is painstaking and it takes quite a bit of time, it's likely there was an investigation into FTX prior to the collapse. That's the first thing there. The second thing is I suspect that there's a parallel investigation the U.S. government is conducting looking into the Bahamas itself, because there might be some incidents of corruption there. There's probably going to be another referral. There's a special group within the DOJ that looks into political corruption. That's where Jack Smith worked, the special counsel that was just appointed to look at Trump. And he investigated Edwards, the former VP candidate, and a bunch of Republicans and others. So there's likely going to be some referral there too, given that there was a humongous amount of political donations that got washed through. And there's usually some form of an FEC issue in addition to perhaps other things that are more nefarious. More likely than not, the entire corporate structure is going to get collapsed into the United States. You know, there's 133 companies, they're all around the world, but it's going to get swept up because there's a substantive U.S. concern to this affair. And the charges that they'll hit them with are going to be done in layers and waves. So you think like wire fraud, bank fraud, even if it's just a few charges, they could carry very long sentences, decades. And collectively, this could put them in jail 20, 30 years just with that initial set. But I suspect that they have insiders who have already provided some form of information to assist the investigation, and that this is something that's been ongoing for probably greater than 6 to 9 months. In terms of the scale of it, you know, $50 billion, it's pretty amazing, you know, when you think about it. There tends to be amplification when you're lending to yourself and you're creating tokens out of thin air and you're playing accounting schemes where you can make numbers look larger and then you can leverage those in a certain way. And if you bet right, you make a windfall. If you bet wrong, it completely wipes you out. So it would be surprising to me that he was able to aggregate that many assets unless he was able to pilfer a ton of deposits. But it very well could have happened. I mean, the crypto markets at one point were worth $2.6 trillion at the height of last year. At the beginning of this year, it was still $2.2 trillion. So there was a lot of book value there. It's an open question about the fiat. There's no question that there was structuring and layering with respect to money laundering. He had bought stuff for his parents, and a lot of people in his inner circle were getting big payoffs. And actually, the most interesting thing was the block. And this was something that we all suspected, the layer one community, because there were certain cryptocurrencies like Ripple, Cardano, others, and we just get brutalized in the media. And we were always wondering, why does the block hate us? I mean, we've never done anything to these guys. And then we find out, oh, well, you know, Solana is kind of SBF's little thing, and you know, anything that competes with it or is a challenge to it, let's go ahead and throw some money at the media to write negative articles. What's more interesting is the lack of desire by the mainstream media to write about SBF. And actually, as they do the forensic accounting, there might be some very, very uncomfortable and inconvenient financial connections between SBF and mainstream media. Not necessarily to the extent of what we saw with the block, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if a few $1 million went here or there. And that's why they covered for him as long as they could and buried as long as they could. But this is a very challenging investigation because it's like a RICO case. There's going to be forensic accounting up the wazoo. It's a political case because it involves multiple jurisdictions and political donations. There was a flow of money from FTX into Ukraine. And there's a lot of factors here that are going to make things very challenging. The other thing is SBF made it incredibly easy for him to be prosecuted because he just went and talked to people. You know, he established a fact pattern that ran contrary to any notion of reality, coming here, coming other places. He never found an interview he didn't like. And he said a ton of things that are now in the public domain that are probably admissible that will run contrary to records the DOJ probably already has. Whether he's the ringleader or there are other conspirators, it's an interesting thing. You'd have to see the ownership structure. But as Hussein said, this is a financial investigation, so it's very simple. You just follow the money. And there's incredibly sophisticated tools, techniques, and people who literally this is all they do for a living at DOJ and IRS and other parts of the federal bureaucracy of the United States who are incredibly good at reconstructing records and following money. And then they're going to be able to kind of rope things off. And actually, IRS in particular has a lot of sophisticated crypto tools that they license from Chainalysis and other firms, and they use those tools to basically track for tax evasion and money laundering. So it's very likely that that domain expertise is going to be brought in, and they're going to kind of reconcile the blockchain records that exist with the inflows and outflows, and they know how to do that at this point. It's something that they have a lot of knowledge for. I suspect that if SBF gets arrested, as he's been arrested, there's probably going to be another wave of arrests that happen in another week or two. It's hard to say how many. And there's just a question of how many people have already fled to extradition countries or not. The frustrating thing is this thing is going to drag on for a long time. The fact that it moved so quickly this early in is also probably an indication that they were worried about a flight risk, where they were thinking that there was a good probability that he was going to skip town and go to a place that was hard to get him, or just disappear, or maybe somebody would kill him. And so they said, well, we got to get him in U.S. custody and get him somewhere where we can sit on him for a bit, and then they can slow everything down to a grinding halt. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a trial postponed until 2024. It may actually take that long. If you guys remember Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos, between when Wall Street Journal broke the story and the company fell apart to when she went to trial, was quite a bit of time. And there she was in the United States. It's a company that had much better internal controls, better record keeping. So it was pretty obvious and straightforward. Here's a situation where to make things admissible in court, everything is going to require meticulous work and a chain of evidence and all kinds of stuff like that. And it was very clear that he was trying to destroy some evidence too. They were using Signal with disappearing messages to communicate with each other. And it may be possible with forensics to still recover some of those messages depending upon exactly what they did. And that's why it looks a lot more like a RICO investigation, because that's what you would expect from a criminal enterprise, like a drug cartel or an arms trafficker or something like that, where they have enough operational security to have good ComSec, and they always communicate in ways that give some notion of plausible deniability, where even if you can get the records, it's hard to attach those back to the individual, and you can use procedural kind of chicanery to ensure that those aren't admissible. So they got a long road ahead. He's got a long road ahead. The scale of this, he's probably looking at what Madoff got. I think it was more than 50 years. So I don't think he's ever going to see the outside of a prison cell unless he's a really old man or he's got some political dirt.
Well, Madoff got 150 years and he was already in his 70s. I mean, this guy, what's his name? Sam's only 30 years old. I mean, he'll be doing 50 years of living still in prison. He's probably mentally just collapsing right now because he's sort of realizing, he's never going to play League of Legends ever again.
It's so weird. I can't hear half of you guys. I can hear some of you, but I can't hear the others.
It happens. It sometimes glitches, Charles. So what you can do if you want, you can drop down and drop back up, and you'll hear them, or just wait, and it should work afterwards. It's whatever you prefer. I'll just want to say one thing to add on to Charles, and then add on to what Wall Street Silver mentioned. Charles, I'll send you also my WhatsApp so you can actually DM me whenever you want to jump back in the space you're facing difficulties.
It'd be great to have on. I mean, he's the guy who made Cardano, and I own a lot of it.
He was there. Charles was there. We had literally everybody from the space, all the leaders there, like witnessing the implosion live from the space, from everyone from Gabe and regulators to CZ and Jesse from Kraken and Charles and the founder of Polygon. I always forget his name. So it was a fascinating time. But I just want to add on to what Charles said. There was a group that what's his name? Sam created. A secret group. Does anyone remember the name? Let me see. I had it open just now.
Wire fraud.
Wire fraud. So Charles, they literally had a group called like all the executives, and that group was called Wire Fraud. I don't know if it was on Signal.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
It was on WhatsApp, which is ridiculous because it's not encrypted, right? I mean, that's owned by Facebook, so that's ridiculous. I just want a couple of quick things. First is that there's also a huge number, like there's at least 7 class action suits now against FTX and SBF, some together, some separate. And a lot of the celebrities who were named as defendants in that one class action are filing separately. Several of them do have RICO causes of action. RICO causes of action that the Racketeering Act usually has a collection of innocent acts that are combined together to make a criminal act. It's actually very difficult to prove. And remember, there was another company that tried to prove it, the Bitcoin, BMA, Bitcoin manipulation, something or other, that tried to sue in 2019. And then the case was dismissed, but it's probably settled. But they had filed a RICO action against them and couldn't, well, it didn't go to trial, so we don't really know what the action was for that. But it's actually quite difficult. There is a political division that goes after political, political corruption. But generally speaking, that runs through the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It's also called the FCPA. That's another one that's very difficult to prove. Nearly all corruption in government is reconciled through diplomatic, not criminal means. And then the last thing is that Sam Trabucco looks like he's the connection between Tether, the Farmington, now Moonstone Bank, and FTX/Alameda. He was one of the leads on Alameda with Carolyn Ellison. He left to go live on his boat. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a few months ago.
And Alexander, just for Sam Trabucco, that was just about the time when Nick, who I've just sent him an invite to join again, Nick and Hussein started investigating FTX and SBF. In that period, that's when Sam left. So I don't know whether it's related to the investigation, because they started going deep. Like what Hussein, who was speaking earlier, and Nick did was intense, and you can see by all the things they knew before everyone else, the block, the hack, the commingling of funds. They were ringing the alarm for months and months and months. Charles, I see you unmuted.
Just real quickly. So this, to be clear, this is a standard financial investigation. My comments about RICO weren't the application 1970 RICO Act. It's a RICO style investigation, in that the kinds of things that FTX was doing is what you would expect to see from a criminal enterprise. So you have to use a different set of investigative tools and a different set of chain of custody of evidence and so forth to be able to actually prosecute correctly. When you investigate a normal financial organization, even Enron, there's an assumption of fairly good record keeping, third-party auditors. There's a chain of command, and most people in the organizations usually follow the law. So you have an enormous amount of stuff to start with. When you investigate a criminal organization, first you usually have a low level of sophistication at the bottom tiers, and then when you get more sophisticated, you climb up the ladder, but they purposefully obfuscate things. And they make it very difficult to connect the low parts of the chain to the upper parts of the chain. So there's different investigation techniques that you use to be able to penetrate and climb that ladder. And I suspect that it's going to have to be the case here at FTX after the comments in the bankruptcy filing, and also other things that have been revealed in an investigation. As for political corruption, it works kind of in three different ways. So there's corruption in that a large amount of stolen money or money in question was donated to political candidates. And actually, by SBF's statements, he said that he donated both to Democrats and Republicans, publicly to Democrats, and dark money to Republicans. Almost certainly somebody at the FEC is going to at least validate, look at this, and try to get an understanding of whether that was lawful or not. Then there's an FCPA, Foreign Corrupt Powers Act, and that's, you can't bribe people. And there's probably going to be some allegations, especially as people are pulled into the circle, that there was bribery in the Caribbean or in other jurisdictions so that they could get more favorable treatment. And that's a crime to SBF. As for diplomatic means, the U.S. government, you're absolutely right, typically doesn't care too much about what happens in one place or the other, unless there's a substantial U.S. impact in that matter. And they're few and far between, but that's not something I think they're going to get into in that respect.
You actually can bribe. It just can't be your main course of business. I used to do work in the FCPA. It was an interesting period, and it's really hard to get good prosecution going because it has that RICO characteristic, right? Which is really hard to pin down those specific actions where the crime happened because they're all disguised. And if you look at it, a lot of the disguises here happened in the fact that they approved financial transactions with emojis or through text messages that aren't properly recorded. I would like to see what Armanino and Prager Metis, which is the, the accounting firm that they had that apparently did their audits but have only one office and it's in the metaverse. So, like the choice of accountants is, it speaks a lot, honestly, in terms of what their intentions were, because they certainly could have afforded having one of, the big three accounting firms and chose not to do that. My only point about the RICO actions is that they're using that. Several of these class actions are actually trying to bring more RICO cases, which I think is really interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that's successful. They're nearly all, again, in Florida. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what the charges that they bring are and how successful it is.
Yeah, but in those cases, you throw everything in the kitchen sink when you file the lawsuit. And a lot of these cases will be settled without litigation. But I mean, Tom Brady, Giselle, Kevin O'Leary, all these other people got spun into this. And they're just going to maximize the level of pain until they kind of bite and then cut something. So it's a standard practice. And I suspect that when they have a chance to respond to these, that things will change a bit.
I'm just looking at more news being shared with me here. Actually, I want to touch on, a lot of people are messaging me to touch on what's happening with Binance as we'll wait for more information on SBF and his arrest. Charles, I've seen the news. I haven't been able to catch up with it. Have you looked at all the FUD, the news about Binance in the last 24 hours?
People keep saying stuff about Binance. I guess there's a DOJ thing here and there, and CZ is kind of the favorite political punching bag for certain people in the U.S. government. I like him. He's a friend of mine. He's always been nice to me. We've always had great, cordial relationships, and we've had a great time working with them as a layer one, answering technical questions about integration. He's got a vast empire.
Here's the
thing about a vast empire. Go ahead.
I'll let you finish. Sorry, no, I'll let you finish, and I've just got some news about Binance that was just shared with me. Not too major, but I'll mention it as soon as you're done.
I mean, the thing about having a vast empire is you have thousands of people running around. You're in tons of jurisdictions. You're handling hundreds of billions of dollars of people's money. And in many cases, you can't get complete regulatory clarity over the things you'd like to get complete clarity over. So you kind of make a decision of how Ned Flanders you want to get. Are you going to go full Ned Flanders, half Ned Flanders? And every CEO has a different preference and risk tolerance in that respect. So when you look at things like Coinbase and Kraken, they tend to be belt and suspenders. When you look at things like Binance, globally they tend to be things like belt. And so it wouldn't surprise me that there's going to be some civil thing here, perhaps an allegation of a criminal thing there. But it's always important to take this in context. At any given day, there's some civil thing or criminal thing against JP Morgan Chase. There's been $19 billion of fines, including criminal trials over the last 20 years against Chase. And that's the largest bank in the world. So it's always important to have context that as you grow, you tend to accumulate these things based upon your risk profile. But at the end of the day, the thing that really matters is there a valid accounting? Is there good auditing? Do they actually have customer funds they claim that they have? Is there good cybersecurity? Are there good audit controls in process? And they've been around for quite a bit of time, and they seem to have a lot of competent people there, at least from my experience working with them.
Charles, any prediction on how the impact of this XRP Ripple lawsuit is going to have?
Well, that's a little off topic, but I did make a statement. I heard from a friend of mine who's in the legal circles that there may be a settlement or decision on the summary judgment on December 15th. I think that's before the judge goes on vacation on the 17th. If not, it's likely going to get resolved Q1, but I don't have any more information than that. It's just something I shared in an AMA.
So back to Binance. So CoinDesk just announced, let me see when it was, 4:23, an hour ago. Binance endured net outflows of $1 billion, or to be exact, $902 million in the past 24 hours, according to Nansen. And then crypto market makers Jump Trading and Wintermute are among the largest withdrawers. Nothing major, just them being safe and playing it safe, or for me, I just see it like, I don't see it as too major. $1 billion is a lot of money, but considering the reports and after what happened with FTX, it's pretty normal for players to be safe than be sorry.
It's worth considering too, right, that Binance it's much larger than FTX, both in terms of the total volume that they're doing on an average day, as well as assets under management. I think another angle to this as well that's like really interesting is obviously CZ's ties to BNB chain. From a market cap standpoint, BNB chain is the third largest layer one after Bitcoin and Ethereum. If you look at the history of it, it was launched as a fork of Get ETH, and Binance was very close to it. They've tried to separate themselves over time, but as I was telling you on the phone earlier, Mario, CZ still owns a huge chunk of BNB, the token, so he could always dip into that if he needed to defend Binance, the core business. And I think that is a major difference between what we're seeing with Binance and FTX, is that Sam didn't have his own layer one blockchain that he could mobilize to protect his centralized exchange business.
I have no concerns about Binance. I do want to say before Simon jumps in that the outflows in that day, those 24 hours of 900 and something million, are the biggest since November 13, which is 2 days after FTX filed for bankruptcy protection. So just something to keep in mind. Again, I've been pretty supportive of Binance to date, but I think there's just a lot. Like, has anyone looked into the auditors and their the report that Zero Hedge did on the audit? Simon, did you look at that article?
I did, yeah. I mean, I think the key thing here is that we don't know. A company of this size, like Binance, is pushing some, bigger than many banks, and so the importance, they are a too big to fail in crypto type of financial institution, and so normally you'd have public standard accounts to rely upon, but we just don't know with Binance, so we could guess whatever, but the bigger the numbers, it doesn't mean that the assets and liabilities match up. We don't have a full appreciation of how yield is generated. Is yield just the peer-to-peer market where it's people that want to go short and lending to people, or is it some other kind of practices? We just don't know. So anyone could guess, and there's no real mechanism. Proof of reserves is a good step forward, but that's just, in fact, there's a danger of transparency that is somewhat misleading, because you don't know the other side of the equation. So the audits, the article was that the auditor wouldn't get behind it. It was definitely framed in a somewhat sensationalized way and
Zero Hedge. Yeah, just for the record, Zero Hedge is known to, as far as I'm aware, known to sensationalize, however you say it, to make things seem more extreme than they are, just to get more attention. So yeah, just want to make that clear as well.
I mean, if we look at the Wall Street Journal article, we saw that there was around a $245 million discrepancies, based on like the Bitcoin price at the current time. But I guess the thing with a lot of this Binance stuff is, until we get like full transparency on all this stuff, I don't think anyone can feel like 100% comfortable. And that's not to FUD Binance, because like you, Mario, I'm a big proponent of Binance, and CZ's always been very nice, and I support Binance, trade on Binance. But I don't think we can like sit here and say that we're 100% comfortable and things are 100% transparent, because I mean, they're clearly not. But what I will say is them taking that next step forward to initialize proof of reserves, that is a good sign, at least from an optics perspective, that at least they're trying to be more transparent. But until proof of liability...
But did they, I have a question, did they have a choice? Because CZ came on this show, and then hours later, I think he tweeted about the proof of reserves. Did they have any choice after FTX the second? Like, everyone lost faith in everything. Remember the spaces we had where we didn't know who to trust anymore?
Yeah.
It was insane times. So Yeah,
Well,
I don't know
we
what to
used
make
to
of
have
it.
something in our industry, and it seems to have disappeared a bit. It was created by Trace Mayer. Tone will remember, proof of keys. And so every February, everyone used to withdraw their coins from an exchange to get it so low. This was before there was like excessive leverage. But we used to all withdraw anything from an exchange to test whether they could meet it. And
You know what happened though? You know what's happened over the years? It's the fact that the retail component of cryptos got so much bigger, and kind of the original ethos that a lot of us had back then. And I only joined 2017, 18, but even beforehand, like the ethos people had was a lot more kind of geared towards Bitcoin and not your keys, not your coins. But what happened was 2019, 2020, obviously 2021, a lot of retail came into the market. The easiest way to onboard those users is through exchanges. So I think like the ethos of that period was kind of lost a little bit, and then people just started, I guess, speculating on a lot of exchanges and kind of I'm getting some backlash, but things kind of deteriorated in that sense as you get more retail participants in.
Just quickly before I give the mic to Tara and Alexandra and Alex, I think there's some reports the team is sending, so I'll let you go through it. I'll forward it to you now. And Charles, I've sent you through my Telegram. If you ever want to DM me, if you're having technical issues, you want to jump into the space, you can hit me up.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. So just for the audience, two important developments. For anyone that doesn't know, Mark Andreessen is coming on the show tomorrow. So go on my profile, you'll see the tweet there, and I'll pin it above in a bit to set your reminders. Also, we just had, so as you know, the next drop, the leaks by Elon of the Twitter files, or the drops, the next one will be covering censorship during COVID. And obviously it's a very sensitive topic, so I'm trying to get all the best doctors on stage, and we have Dr. Drew coming in. We have a whole bunch. Dave Asprey just confirmed about 5 minutes ago that he'll be coming in. We have a board member of Pfizer, which I'm sure a lot of people will hate, that's coming in as well to get a really good discussion going on. So it's going to be on Thursday. Will be the first discussion among a series of shows. So make sure you set your reminders for that as well. Tara, thanks a lot for joining us. It's been a while. You happy with the news?
It's been so long. Oh my gosh. Yes. Poor Mario. I don't know how you ever rest between all of this breaking news and then Twitter files. I feel like they're doing this to you on purpose to ensure that you never sleep again. But wonderful job. Amazing space. I wanted to also just really quickly on the Twitter files, or I'm sorry, the COVID Fauci files, whatever you want to call them, that are, potentially dropping tomorrow. I wanted to ask you if there's any way to get some of the doctors who were banned previously, if they've been reinstated, or if other people could have them kind of call in on their line on Twitter to join the space as well, because I know several amazing doctors were banned from Twitter for questioning certain narratives during that time.
Yeah, please send them through. If you know any of them, hit me up on Telegram. I'd love to. I'll send them to the team, and I know the team is getting a list of doctors from all different sides of the aisle, because there's more than 2 on this topic. But yeah, please do send them through. And yeah, appreciate you being here. Go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick in regard to the whole SBF arrest. And yes, I am happy. I am happy that he's been arrested. I think that, he should be after everything that's gone on. I'm just curious, do you guys suppose that the timing of this is just coincidental in the fact that he was supposed to testify in front of Congress tomorrow? And maybe this is something you've already talked about. I just thought it was very strange timing.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised, because there's no incentive for them to arrest him prior to testimony. You'd want him to go under oath before Congress, because the best case scenario, he doesn't say anything problematic, but the more likely scenario is because of his pattern of behavior, Congress would tear him apart, and they would discover an enormous amount of additional information that can be used against him in a prosecution.
So that's my question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but could that information be detrimental to the actual, where he's at in the Bahamas? Could it be detrimental to that government there, to the point that they've detained him in order to not allow him to, testify?
My understanding is that the Bahamas arrested him at the request of the U.S. government in preparation for extradition from the letter that they posted. I think probably the reason why they arrested him is that they got some information that he's potentially a flight risk, and they wanted to scoop him up before he fled to a different jurisdiction, because probably he was aware that there was no way out, and there is an active investigation, and his family's super well connected, so someone may have leaked that to him, and maybe he was preparing to leave and he was under surveillance, and they realized that, so they decided that they had to get him. But it made no sense, the timing of the arrest. I figured they would have arrested him the day after the congressional hearing at the very least.
Yeah, that's a very Alex. Sorry, go ahead, Tara.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, because he agreed to do it. So, I mean, and maybe he agreed on paper, but then behind the scenes, like you said, Charles was a flight risk. So, which it's great to run into you again, Charles. I'm so glad to see you in here and joining this discussion. But yeah, I think that's the whole thing, is what came first, kind of like the chicken or the egg, because was he a flight risk? So they did this, but he agreed to do the testimony. I don't know. It's just very odd timing to me that it's happening the day before. Or is there a potential that he could still do a Zoom testimony while in jail in the Bahamas, or be extradited quickly here?
They've got a better chance of forcing him to comply with the subpoena if he's under arrest. If he's under arrest at the behest of the government, then he will testify before Congress. If there was a chance that he wasn't going to testify before Congress, that is probably the reason that they chose this particular time. But remember, he actually did flee to Argentina before, and then came back.
No, he didn't. That was a false flee. He wasn't in Argentina.
Because that was reported in a couple of the newspapers.
So we were watching it.
He didn't go
there. Yeah, so I'll give the news to Alexander what happened. It was during our space that we watched. So someone came up and said that there was his jet. So the license of his jet, and there's a tracker that tracks jets, said his jet actually went to the Argentina. Now, whether it's a jet he lent, maybe it's a mistake, or someone took his jet, we don't know. But yeah, he never ended up going to Argentina. But the question I wanted to ask as well is, Charles, you talked about him potentially, and obviously it's pure speculation, but it makes sense, like if he was planning to leave the Bahamas. But we know from Hussein, who's been, again, the person that's investigated, Nick investigated Sam more than anyone. I'll try to bring Nick up on stage. He's glitching a bit. We know that he's probably sitting on billions based on the amount of money that they funneled out. And we know his parents are pretty well off. We know he's really well connected with politicians. So my question is, why was he still in the Bahamas? Was it, as Martin Shkreli said, it just took him a while for all this to hit him, to know that he's in deep shit?
The police in the Bahamas.
It's an interesting question, and that's probably why there's a lot more to the story than we're aware.
Sorry, quickly, Charles. Silver, yeah, I don't think Charles can hear you, Silver. So what I'll do is I'll bring you down and back up, Silver. So maybe it should fix the issue. Sorry, Charles, I'll let you speak while I fix the glitch.
Was in here?
No, I did not. I usually don't call out. I don't call out people in the audience just not to make him feel uncomfortable. But yeah, David would love you to come up. Feel free to request to speak. But
I
yeah,
think Charles can explain what he was just saying. Let him go first. You may as well.
Yeah. So I this is why I think there's a lot more to the story than we were aware of, because honestly, he had a window of time to facilitate some mechanism to get to Dubai or get to a country that at least it's extradition difficult. And the fact that he stayed for so long and seemed to have this aura of confidence that not only was he going to survive this, but actually have an opportunity to be an entrepreneur again. And he attended the New York Times summit and all these other things. It's just very bizarre. It's almost as if he was getting very poor information from somebody. For example, maybe somebody was leading him on, making him believe that there was no risk. It almost reminds me of Epstein. When he was arrested the first time, he had this confidence when he was in Florida in the jailhouse, and he would just walk around naked and sleep with his lawyer, and he just believed he was God. But then when he got arrested the second time, shortly before he died, he was terrified, and he realized the gravity of the situation. So I think there's definitely some shadow elements we haven't quite seen yet that will materialize over the course of the investigation, the story of why he didn't run. Because any rational actor, given all the evidence here, given how much money is involved, and just the safety risk of, you've stolen tens of billions of dollars from a lot of different people. Not all of those are the nicest people in the world. It is not safe to be sitting in the Bahamas. I mean, look at Haiti with the president being assassinated. Things can happen in these areas very quickly and very easily for not a lot of money. So it's just unfathomable to me that he decided to camp out for so long without some guardian angel he thought was going to protect him.
Alex, I've just sent you through some news. If you want to quickly check my WhatsApp, keep an eye out on it. In the breaking news group, there's some information shared. So I'll let you go through it and maybe share it with the audience once you read it. Is that okay, Alex? Alex V?
Yep,
But there doesn't need to be the sensationalized explanation as well. I mean, he had a business there. The country was like really giving support to our industry. They were creating custom regulations. They were taking it very seriously. It was a jurisdiction that supported our industry, and he was still there. I think we came to the conclusion that if you know that you're in trouble and you know you're being extradited, then someone on this call said that there's a different type of protection if you get extradited versus being in the US. When you get arrested. So
it's just weird. It's just weird. Before I go to Wall Street Silver, it's just weird, Simon, that it's. I still can't figure out why he hasn't left beforehand. I know I'm probably simplifying.
If you're in trouble and you're ready to face your trouble, so he then comes on and gives the whole "I'm innocent" act
but he knows.
But not everyone that's in trouble is going to flee the country. I guess not everyone wants to become a fugitive.
What's the alternative, man? He's looking
at like 50 to 100 years in prison, man.
It's crazy.
I don't know what
you can see
or the red pill.
Hey, Mario, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Thanks for fixing the glitch. Go ahead, man.
This is Jim Lewis with Wall Street Silver. Alameda, Caroline, when all this went down initially, she was in Hong Kong. And if you guys will remember, in the past recent history, they moved Alameda's headquarters from the Bahamas to Hong Kong. And extradition is much more difficult from China than it is the Bahamas. So essentially Alameda, we refer to this as a different company. But when you say Alameda, you have to think that's 90% Sam Bankman-Fried. All right, that was his little personal trading account. It wasn't a hedge fund with other clients. It was his money, right? And what I think was probably the plan was they saw this coming. She was in Hong Kong to get established there, and he was probably eventually going to follow and base himself in Hong Kong, which is a much better jurisdiction to fight. I looked it up. They still do have an extradition treaty, but sliding from Hong Kong over into China or any number of Asian countries that don't have extradition treaties with the United States would have been much easier. So I suspect that was the plan, was to get out of the Bahamas and re-establish in Hong Kong. And I'm shocked that she came back to New York City. When I saw
that's
that
crazy.
Caroline
That's
was,
crazy. Yeah.
Grabbing coffee across the street from the U.S. Attorney's office in New York City a few days ago, the only reason that she would have to give up the safety of she was already in Hong Kong, probably with hundreds of millions of dollars at her disposal. The fact that she was in New York City just told me immediately she's the one who flipped first. And she probably started singing like a bird because her parents got to her. She's 27, and they said, "Look, you got to cut a deal. The first one who cuts the deal gets the best deal, and you'll have a life after this. After you serve a minimum sentence of, 5 to 7, probably 5 years with good behavior, and then she can go on in her early 30s and still have a life." But the other
man, I can't wait for the movie, man.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna watch it. But the fact, when all this plays out, mark my words, she's the one who was singing. She's pointing to where all the skeletons are buried. She's the one who's helping she's helped the FBI and the Justice Department. They always want an insider who just helps them reconstruct. If they have to reconstruct it on their own without the help of an insider, it is 10 times more difficult. But if they have someone like Caroline or one of the others who can guide them and tell them, where to go and what to look at, and explain the codes. Someone who might actually still have copies of all the text messages, if they have that person helping them on the inside, it just makes the case monumentally easier for them to prosecute. And so that's why one of them will get a good deal, and I suspect it's Caroline.
And just to kind of jump in on that, Wall Street Silver, this is what Mario was pinging me about. You know, one of the reasons perhaps why Sam felt confident staying in the Bahamas is that as part of the bankruptcy documents, there was an email thread that was leaked between Sam and some of the Bahamian regulators. And in that, you basically see confirmation that, and I quote from the email, "We would be more than happy to open up withdrawals for all Bahamian customers on FTX so that they can tomorrow fully withdraw all of their assets, making them fully whole." So maybe, you know, he thought that he was going to get some sort of bribery deal there where he would be protected by the Bahamian regulators in exchange for allowing Bahamian customers to be the first out. And so maybe that's another wrinkle in this of, you know, he thought he was going to be protected and, you know, he was actually misled.
I recall back on right after that whole story with the Argentina airplane flight just turned out to be wrong. And then there was proof that he was actually this is like day 2 or 3 when everyone was freaking out. That there was a report that the authorities in the Bahamas had visited him and they told him, "You're not authorized to leave the country of the Bahamas while we're doing this investigation." And I don't know if, you know, maybe they grab his passport or other documents that make it much more difficult at that time. But there were reports at that time that the local authorities in the Bahamas were preventing him from leaving during the investigation. That's why he probably has not fled in the past month. That's just my suspicion.
Yeah, I don't know. He had enough money to flee. Meta Law, I'll give you the mic right after Alexandra because I know you have some information to share about Binance, which to me is, in my opinion, a bigger topic, a more important topic. But Alexandra.
So I mean, we could talk about Binance. The one thing that I wanted to mention now is we were talking earlier about what was going on with Binance and FTX, and you can't trust anybody. And really what I think the major issue is that the transparency that we preach is only available for the user's transactions. We don't really have transparency, particularly with centralized exchanges. We need to get proof of reserves, proof of code, proof of liquidity, and don't confuse the three things together, because right now people mix them up as if they're the same thing. Like even what was it, Brian Armstrong called Binance's proof of reserves, he confused it with proof of liquidity. These are different things, and these are really important concepts. We're not demanding enough of people. We need to demand, look, if you say that this is transparent, it can't just be our transactions that are transparent. It has to be theirs as well. And granted, decentralization is not a point in time. It is a process. But as it's moving towards the process, things have to be forcibly revealed unless, you know, there's a voluntary revelation of information by the people who. The SEC charges are civil charges. The DOJ covers the criminal side. It's not unusual to have both sides, to have both civil and criminal charges. But these are not actually just the criminal. So when the SEC has both criminal and civil charges, they will siphon off the criminal part to DOJ. DOJ's charges, though, it sounds like, are completely separate from the security side. So there may be additional charges for the DOJ. That's the thing that you take from here, is that there may be additional criminal charges as well as these civil SEC charges.
And Orbis, you've made a comparison. You jumped off the space to make a comparison for us with what's his name? What's his name, Orbis?
Madoff.
Bernie Madoff. So can you tell us the charges towards Sam compared to Bernie?
Yes, so I just pinned a tweet up there, and Bernie, as we know, was sentenced to 150 years of imprisonment. And in the thread on the second tweet, you can see what were the 11 counts and how much was the maximum. Now I'm looking at the maximum sentences for for the crimes that right now, SBF is being booked for. And remember, these sentences are for a single count. Now, in US, double jeopardy, and we have lawyers here, so, they can provide better explanation. But double jeopardy prevents you from being charged by the same state twice for the same crime, but you could be charged for different counts of the same crime in different states. So we need to keep that in mind. And also, the judge could actually order the sentences to be served consecutively, or the sentences can be served at the same time concurrently. So I don't know if there are any restrictions or limitations around what is done in what scenario. But if we look at consecutive sentences, then we can see that SBF could actually be convicted for 120 years. So he can be convicted for 20 to 30 years for wire fraud. He can be convicted for 20 years for wire fraud conspiracy. So conspiracy is when you also engage, you basically motivate others to participate in the fraud, or you scam them. Similarly, for securities fraud and securities fraud conspiracy, it could be 25 years each, and these are again the maximum sentences. Given the enormity of the impact, and as Wall Street also said earlier, there's a good high possibility that he could be booked for the maximum sentences. And finally, for money laundering, you could have 20 years. But in Bernie Madoff's case, for money laundering, he was charged for 3 separate counts of money laundering, and his sentence in all was 150 years. Now, if we look at the maximum sentences today for all of these frauds, we can see that it's already 120 years. And again, back to what Alexandra said, that he could be booked for other offenses too. So we are looking for 4 lifetimes of jail, possibly, and would love to hear others' thoughts on this.
There's a very complicated, federal sentencing score point system, and there's all sorts of additional points that get added on based on the size of the crime, the number of dollars involved. There's extra enhancements, extra points, and you could have all those same charges, but the total dollar amount could be $500,000. Well, someone who does exactly the same charges, but with a $500,000 crime, is only going to get 5 or 10 years. They're not going to get 150 years. It's the sheer scale of the size with the number of victims and the billions and billions of dollars. That's what's going to eventually push the sentencing way up into the 50 to 150 years, which is what happened with Madoff. It's the big ones where you're talking hundreds of millions. I mean, those guys go away for a long time. This isn't going to be a slap on the wrist, 5 to 10 years, unless Sam has someone higher up he can point to as the real crook here. Sam's going to be the one who's the top one who they go after.
There's a breaking news here from Unusual Whales. It says here that the SEC has charged SBF with violations of securities laws. Whoops. God damn.
Yeah, I just shared that with Mario.
You just shared that?
So do you think?
Yeah,
I thought it was an SBNY. Oh, okay.
Do you think Kevin O'Leary doubles down, or this is the point of?
Oh yeah, I swear. Is it odd, Simon? You're always pretty objective on things, and everyone's hating on Kevin like crazy. Is it so? Kevin was paid $15 million to be a spokesperson, which is insane of a number, even for someone like Kevin. That's a crazy number, and I've been in discussions and with negotiations with Kevin, trying to get him as an advisor for NFT Tech, a public company, and we're not talking about those types of numbers. So not even close. So, what's your take on him still mildly supporting Sam on various media outlets? Is it just his pure opinion? Could be his opinion. Maybe he genuinely thinks like Ackman.
Yeah,
but like
I think,
genuinely thinks his.
So he's also the spokesperson for a company I invested in, Start Engine, as well. I got a couple of things on that. Firstly, you reach a stage in life where being paid to be a spokesperson or promote something just isn't worth the risk anymore. And so I don't quite understand, once you reach a certain stage, whether that money's worth it. So
And so, yeah, that's that one. But I think he's just doubling down. I think he was, firstly, he obviously built a relationship, took the 15 million. He probably thinking about, maybe if I defend this for the right period of time, it won't look like I took the proceeds of crime, depending on where it goes, maybe a bit of denial, hoping that it might work out. But yeah, I think he was just continuing to do his job of what he was paid 15 million to do. And now he's just reached the point where, okay, I'm going to have to reverse my position here.
Nope. Charles?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I ran into Kevin before all this broke down in Dubai. We were both at the World Government Summit there, and I was actually on a panel with him, and then I talked to him for a bit, and he was just shilling Solana and these other things like crazy, and Cardano's crap, and it didn't really seem like he had a lot of depth to it. So I said, okay, well, it looks like he's been sponsored. And then I ran into him again, actually, in Washington, D.C. at Perry Ann Boring's conference. I think you file this guy under the greedy, useful idiot category, where he has a long history of monetizing his brand and name, and he thought that FTX was low-hanging fruit, useful thing to attach his brand reputation to. He's like, okay, unless it's Madoff, it's going to be safe, it's going to be fine, and it's a quick, cool, easy 15 million to make, and he's probably got some ancillary business that he was able to monetize through the industry. And now I think he's honestly panicking because he's in a situation where not only does he have class action lawsuits, it's created an enormous amount of brand reputation damage, tarnish to him and his entire persona as this brilliant business guy who's always making good deals and properly vets people. I think he has no option right now other than to try to support SBF and FTX as much as he can, but at some point he's going to have to cut them loose, and that's likely going to occur during the class action lawsuits, where people get a lot more honest during the discovery process and under oath and these other mechanisms. So there's going to be a lot of this, and it's the same with Tom Brady and Giselle. They look more like victims who were taken in, and they honestly believed he was going to do great things. And they put a lot of their personal money, I heard, into the exchanges, and they likely have lost everything. So maybe that even broke up the marriage. Who knows? So I think every celebrity is a little different, but it really looks like O'Leary was just given a check, and it was just kind of like a super cameo. You pay $1,000 on Cameo, and he'll make a video for you. Here, I guess the going rate for your Ponzi scheme is 15 million for O'Leary.
Yeah, he definitely. If you trace his interviews, he definitely, slagged off the competition from the companies that weren't paying him and really backed the companies that were paying him. So I don't think there was any integrity behind his endorsements. It was just simply a company that he thought was decent, that was willing to pay the check, and therefore if he'd be willing to slag off the competition and do whatever it takes for the company that has paid his check. So I think it's just a classic port, but you have to be, as someone that invests in the industry, like when I invested in Celsius, and you have to admit when you've made a mistake, and you have to come out and call it out. You can't just double down.
He's digging, if he just fucked up and he admitted it early on, he wouldn't be in the position he's in now. I'm actually going to check the website. There's a business, another public company that Kevin O'Leary accepted to be an advisor of. I know them really well. They've been on our stage. I'm going to check out their website. I'm not going to call them out. I want to see if they kept Kevin O'Leary as an advisor on their website after what happened. I want to check right now, because that was like their crown jewel, getting Kevin O'Leary as an advisor. And he got a big piece to the company as well. Great company, great team. That's why I don't want to call them out. But let me check if he's on their team.
So Kevin's also an investor in Circle, right? We know that Circle's going to be
doing really well.
Yeah, but he seems to go a bit further than just investing. He seems to go that I invest and I also get paid to endorse, which to me is a step too far. Like there's one thing investing, but investing and getting paid, there seems something a bit strange about that.
I'll go to I want to go, Alexander, I just want to quickly go to Hussein because he just joined us back. Hussein, what's your thoughts on Kevin O'Leary's involvement? And because I know you've talked about him before anyone mentioned him. What's your thought? Why do you think he's still supporting Sam? Is it just pure? Is he genuine about it?
No, I think what you guys are saying is how Kevin joined the space. Now, I think Kevin realized that there was a scam going on in the background that they can make a lot of money off. So I'm just going to go through how we pieced this together. So obviously, Kevin O'Leary wasn't there when Sam first started. Sam and Kevin became very close, and Sam realized that if they controlled exchanges, and he had obviously his own exchanges, that he could actually make a substantial amount of money, like obviously he thought SBF did. So I think he took that as an advantage, and then they linked them, basically him and Justin and Sam, and then they came up with an idea of actually creating this larger network together. But I think initially he came in not knowing, but then during his journey, he actually realized that there was a really good scam to make money off this. And he actually wanted a piece of the action, and that's why he started investing in his own exchanges. So although I think that what you are saying, at the initial start.
He'll be back.
We lost you, but he was, remember, he was a crypto critic. He was literally coming out and saying how he hates our industry. And until he met SBF and got paid, he switched from hating crypto to loving crypto.
I'm going to go on a limb.
I think it wasn't the actual. Sorry, I think it wasn't the actual 15 million that he's interested in. I mean, Kevin, and it's 15 million to him. I think Kevin was interested in becoming the next SBF and having the same power. What he thought at that time was what SBF was able to do, and actually have his own exchanges, his own networks, and create much more wealth. I mean, this guy was after billions. He wasn't after millions.
I have a question for you, and I'm going to go on a limb here, and I don't like I'm not making any accusation, just speculation based on everything you've said. We're seeing a lot of people that were involved in everything FTX Sam is doing either stay silent or support him behind the scenes. Is it possible that Kevin is worried about Sam saying things that couldn't get Kevin into trouble?
100%. I mean, that from day one, that's our thoughts. I mean, the only person that can take Kevin down is the close relationship he had with SBF. So forget about, we know that, we suspect that Kevin and SBS have direct relationships. So it wasn't there was a third party between them. So the only person that can snitch on Kevin and actually say what Kevin knew and Kevin's involvement is Sam. So if he says anything outside, yes, there might be a deal cut where Sam starts putting all the other guys on the chopping board.
Do you have any evidence again from all the investigation you did? Is there anything in Kevin's involvement beyond the liquidity pool they're creating, where he knew they're doing something wrong and he was still involved, or he himself did things that are a bit shady?
No, there is none. There is none. The only thing we have is the same people that told us about the other stuff, told us about this thing that they're developing. But really, we couldn't. That's why I said it was speculative in all the channels. There's no way we can prove it. The only one that can prove this is SBF coming out and saying, yeah, he knew. It's the same as when Caroline says SBF knew. I mean, the only people that can actually put light or shed light on this thing is the inner circle. Nobody. There is no proof. There is no way you're going to get proof unless the inner circle comes out and says, yeah, this is true.
Silver?
Yeah, as far as criminal charges, I think it's just going to be Gary Wang, Constance Wang, Caroline Ellison, Nishad, Sam Trabucco, and maybe the auditor. Those are going to, and I don't know, maybe the parents, because I got to think Sam's parents, if someone puts a couple, tens of millions of dollars of assets in your name in the Bahamas, parents are going to ask some questions as why. So I don't think the parents are free and clear either here. And I suspect there's probably tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that they're probably going to be able to trace to some offshore corporations and other assets that they've parked in the parents and Sam's names, other entities. So if they see more assets in the parents' names, I mean, come on. I mean, it's like, I don't know who else.
But the family
There's one more that you forgot. There's Dan Freiberg is another key person who I guarantee you, once they enter this, there's no way Dan's coming out this clean. It's just impossible.
Oh yeah, anyone who was taking millions of dollars.
There's news on that though. Just that exact thing. An hour ago, it came out that the parents at Stanford Law School are now being investigated, and I think that they were. What is it called?
Hold on. Did that just? Sorry, Alexander. Did that just come out now?
Yeah, that was from an hour ago. It's in the New York Times, and it was an hour ago, and it said.
Is that Sam's parents or someone else?
Yeah,
Who's being investigated?
his parents. The headline is "The Parents in the Middle of FTX's Collapse." The FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried's mother and father, who teach at Stanford Law School, are under scrutiny for their connections to the son's crypto business. And apparently, this is about what exactly they did, and whether or not they're under investigation. I thought that I'd read. I actually was on here just trying to figure out. I think I'd read that they were suspended from Stanford pending this investigation, like from the bankruptcy. I don't know if something else has happened, but apparently they used their connections to expand FTX's reach. There are some family relationships as a political consultant that expanded things even further. I think that it's going to be interesting to see what their connection was, because at least my thought ahead of time was that they were just kind of like, oh, he's our son, we're so proud of him, and he tells us to do these things, and what do we know? We're just professors. But it looks like they were really active in this, so that should be interesting. And I would like to see what they have to say about that guy, McEnany or McAvoy. He was one of the 10 roommates. He was the guy who lives in the UK, who's this 35-year-old philosopher who started the whole the effective altruism movement, and his whole thing was about ethics in finance. And he's the one who apparently was supposed to be the ethical source of everything in this, and but he helped design the high yield trading. That is what started getting them in trouble. So I think there's more people that will still be involved in this, but you just asked about that, so I wanted to mention it.
Yeah, I just got the article now. Someone sent it to me. If you can pin it above, the parents in the middle of the FTX collapse. The parents of Sam are under scrutiny. Okay, they're under scrutiny, but they're under investigation. I'm just opening it up now.
Well, if they received there's already been reports they received tens of millions of dollars.
They're under scrutiny, just to be clear. They're under scrutiny. They're not under investigation, just to be clear. Okay,
well, they often don't announce who's actually. But anyways, the being in receipt of that much money, I think is there's more than enough evidence there to take a much deeper look at them.
Now, Mario, if you go back to that article,
they're no longer on the Stanford roster, by the way.
Oh, not surprised. Before I go to Orbis, Hussein, involvement of his parents. Do you think you were pretty critical of his parents, and you did mention that that Friedberg, whatever his name is, was also the lawyer for Sam's parents, and you think there's a possibility that they were even pulling many of the strings?
Sure. I mean, for the first place we jumped on with you, we were very clear that we thought that the parents were highly involved. So we thought Dan was sitting underneath the parents, so the parents had Dan look after Sam, and Dan was the person that was executing everything. And in terms of the article you were speaking about, it actually came out a couple of days ago. A few days ago, they actually announced that these parents were actually not investigated, but being scrutinized by the unit. So it's actually now been up for a few days. But
I do have Nick on stage as well, finally, after trying for the last hour. Nick, what do you think of if anyone that doesn't know, Nick works with Hussein, and they're responsible for that long investigation that probably, will play the biggest role outside of what authorities are doing in incriminating Sam. Nick, what do you think of all this? We have to
You guys have raised a whole lot of stuff. It's very interesting. But can we go on Kevin O'Leary? Charles seemed to indicate a very sort of subdued role. That's not our view. Our view is he's very much up the hierarchy. And if you notice that his message is to try to get on the credit committee, which is very important because he's also, his other angle was to control the expenses and the fees of these naughty bankruptcy lawyers, because it's through the bankruptcy that you're going to get your primary investigation. So he wants to steer the investigation so it doesn't reveal too much. Unless have you guys covered that enough?
Not really. So what's the point you're making?
Okay. Well, traditionally, if you're a government authority, you want as much of the investigative work and expense associated to be done by the bankruptcy court, right, and paid for by them through the funds that are available. So Kevin O'Leary wants to get on the credit committee, which controls we call them liquidators. You don't know what you guys call them, the bankruptcy court, and wants to get on the credit committee and steer. Like, no, we don't need to look at this. We don't need to look at that. Or we can only spend this much on that. Or that's a waste of time looking over there. That sort of thing. So we can steer by being on the credit committee and through complaining about fees to steer the investigation into the directions he wants it to go. That's his luck.
Yeah, if they let him on the committee, that I'd be amazed. But if they do, that's so corrupt. There's no way they could let him on the committee with his conflict.
How much influence can he have if he's on the
committee?
committee?
So I wasn't allowed on the Celsius committee because I was a shareholder and creditor and all the other stuff.
And what does the committee do? Like what
the
powers
committee,
do they have?
Yeah, I mean the committee is volunteers, so you have about 7 to 10 volunteers who are all creditors. Normally, you'd expect them to be the ones with larger account holders, and essentially they're the ones that are going to be voting and deciding, representing creditors, appointing a team of advisors, and the legal firm to the debtors, i.e. FTX, and the legal firm for the creditors really become two of the most important players in determining the outcome for people receiving their funds back and what funds they get and how the assets are distributed. So you have like the US trustee, which is an appointment of the Department of Justice. You have the judge, you have the creditors committee, and then you have the debtors. So if he gets on the creditors committee, that would be, that should really be fought against on behalf of creditors. That's not a good look.
I'm gonna do a poll actually. I want to see what the audience think. Let's see. Is Kevin O'Leary involved in the FTX fraud? What do you think, Sam? Should I do that poll?
I mean, if you want, but I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, what does that actually mean?
I've been highly critical of Kevin O'Leary for weeks now. I don't think he was actually criminal. I think he's trying to protect his reputation at this point and salvage his career as an endorsement person and his amazing deal flow that he brags about. But actual criminal, no, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to invest in a company. If you invest in 100 to 200 companies, you're going to get a bad egg. Obviously, this is a bad egg.
Yeah, like who from the investors? The investors.
The question is, why did you double down? Like you had the opportunity to
the investors in Theranos. So Silver, the investors in Theranos, they didn't double down. They were the first to jump and call her a fraud and start saying how she tricked everyone. Sam tricked a whole bunch of people smarter. He tricked everybody. Everyone knows that. Everybody was tricked by Sam, and we feel sorry for the people that invested. So I understand he wants to protect his reputation, but he's doing the opposite by protecting Sam. He's doing the complete opposite. Like, we weren't critical of Kevin in the early days. We became critical as soon as he started talking positively when he went on Rand's show and he said that he would still invest in Sam again. Which we're like, yeah, we treat it with a grain of salt. But
I'm going to jump in here, and I'm just going to say that, hi, I'm Adele Nazarian, CEO of the American Blockchain Pack. You can follow us at US Blockchain Pack. Many, many months ago, a lot of the obviously bought and paid for favors, the influence that was wielded by their decisions. I think everyone saw reports where certain members of Congress were also lobbied specifically to not have the FEC look into SBF and to investigate him. Of course, that that was short-lived, but just to answer the previous commenter, definitely if you looked at it, the writing was on the wall, but hopefully now everyone will go ahead and pay attention to what we've been doing for the past year and seeing how we were created literally to protect every single person here and everyone who fell victim to what FTX, Alameda Research, and SBF unfortunately were part of. So we're going to continue stronger than ever before to forge forward and to continue to protect. And it's sad that it's gotten to the point where crypto, which is not a Ponzi scheme, unfortunately, in the hands of the wrong people, has now been a little bit, tainted. And because of the actions taken by, Sam and by his cohorts. But I definitely urge everyone here to follow the American Blockchain Pack at US Blockchain Pack. Reach out directly and go ahead.
I appreciate being here, Adele. Thanks a lot. And I did the poll. I did the poll as well while you're speaking. Not a poll. I just asked a question. I'm just always careful to make accusations, but I asked the question: why is Kevin O'Leary still defending SBF in the media? So let's see what people say, because I have a feeling people will be a lot more critical than we are. And Silver, and then you are, Silver. Like, Silver, what were you gonna add? Like, what do you think of the point that I made? Is that Theranos, everyone jumped and started calling him a fraud. Everyone was tricked by like, I know that Adele, that there were a lot of warning flags, but no one really listened to them. Like, again, we have Nick on stage right now, him and Hussein. We're ringing the alarms. They mentioned a lot of the things that we know now months ago, and they were ignored by the press and others. They went to the media. I think it was you, Hussein, you and Nick, that went to the media, and the media's like, we don't have enough evidence. I think it was you. Someone was turned down by, who was it? We had an insider, I think, on our stage that was turned away by the media when he wanted to whistleblow on Sam, because SBF FTX was a big advertiser, and all of us VCs were following Alameda. Some of the smartest people had money on FTX. Genesis, we got a lot of powerful players in the space that were tricked by Sam. So my question to you, Silver, is it just doesn't make logical sense unless he's just being honest. Maybe Kevin is purely being honest, like, guys, I genuinely think he's not guilty. And remember, guys, he's arrested, but he's not charged as guilty. So while we all think he's guilty and all things indicate it, we don't know that Sam is guilty yet. Just to be clear, technically, we don't know that yet.
I mean, we obviously know why Kevin O'Leary's saying he's trying to salvage his reputation as a smart guy. What's more, Bill Ackman, that one's more confusing because he doesn't really have any stake in this, and he's going out there putting his reputation on the line, defending Sam. That was way more confusing than Kevin O'Leary. Kevin O'Leary's motivations seem to be more about salvaging his reputation.
Can I ask a question about Sam? Like, where did Sam come from? Like, because I thought I knew everyone in this industry
from MIT,
and Sam out of nowhere, like, literally became this person that everybody looked up to. Like, what you just said, Mario, your perception of Sam was that, but that came out of nowhere, and I've never seen someone rise so fast out of nowhere that nobody in our industry knew, and then suddenly had that status with a bunch of noobs.
I think
I've never seen that before.
No, I think what happened, it's really interesting, honestly. What happened was after Jane Street, he decided to take advantage of that, that kimchi, premium of selling.
But is that his story? Did that happen? That's probably his story.
Did happen, and he has this story about how he knew he could build a better exchange. But really what happened is he just wanted to be able to trade faster and confidentially more of that, make better, faster and larger Bitcoin transactions, which is why he started FTX. But
that's what we're just regurgitating his narrative.
No, I mean that's.
No,
that's
we want to know how he became popular, and to my knowledge,
he
became popular on YouTube.
Can I
just YouTubers started pushing him. Like, he was supposed to be this wunderkind, right? This genius who wanted to give all his money to the world, and it was for good causes. And there's a bunch of YouTube videos on this. This is Australian YouTuber. He's getting in a lot of trouble, but I forget the guy's name. He was one of the big boosters of him. I'm sure you've seen his video. I think Wall Street Silver posted it, where he was, talking about how this guy doesn't drive a car, like, not a nice car. He drives a cheap car, and it's ads like that that propelled him to the forefront.
So I just want to.
Nas Daily. That was Nas Daily. Remember?
Hold on, sorry. Nas Daily, correct.
Nas Daily, that's the guy. Yeah.
And Hussein, I know you're jumping in. You and Nick probably have more insight into this than anyone. I know you're trying to jump in a couple of times. What's your answer to this? You're muted, Hussein, and Nick. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
guys.
Just let Nick. I'll give this floor to Nick
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Nick
go ahead,
was
Nick.
thinking
So,
much better.
so the last 2 seconds, so the last minute or so was we couldn't hear anything. So what are we up to?
Hussein, do you want to take that one if you heard it?
Nick, where they're talking about SBF, how he came. We're talking about the maximum money he made in his arbitrage and how his money came. So I think you're the best person to.
Yeah. When we were looking at that, when we were looking at that, it just seemed like such a nonsensical story that that he can make that sort of money just from arbitrage. I mean, yeah, sure, the first couple of transactions before everyone else picks up on it, but you can't go on forever, and it's certainly not in the billions. The highest we could pick up was 26 million in 1 month, where he had the whole thing to himself. So I don't know.
But also,
it's impossible.
do you know there was capital controls in? I remember that trade. I remember how hard it was to actually capitalize on that trade. I was in Hong Kong at the time where I was living, and the capital controls and getting inside to take advantage of that trade was a really, really hard trade. And what I'm saying is that everybody that I've known that, CZ had a background before he became CZ of Binance. But Sam was the only person where new people to the industry were telling me about this person, and I had no idea who he was. And suddenly he was just propelled to superstar status with nobody understanding like where he came from and who he was, and it just happened so quick amongst the new people to the industry, but not the older.
Hold on, Simon. He had 2 years at James Street, and Caroline had 1, and Sam had another 1. So they were qualified to bring coffee at least.
So it actually says that this is the timeline that they had. And it's true, they had almost no time experience like that. It's ridiculous that no one would even know if he was a genius at that point, because literally he probably just learned where the bathroom was. But so what happened is he bought. So that started 2019, and then COVID happened, and a huge amount of attention went on
Wait, Alexandra, there's an important step you missed before that though, because Alameda Research was launched in 2017. So it was a crypto hedge fund.
Right.
So 2017 was his first foray into crypto. I mean, granted, FTX was not launched till later. You're correct on that, but I think the Alameda piece is pretty important.
No, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is FTX started 2019. We're talking about when did he become famous? Nobody knew him between 2017 and 2019. In 2019, he founded this not because he was trying to build something enormous. It was because he was trying to build something that would make him rich, which fair enough, right? But then what happened is COVID, and cryptocurrency suddenly became mainstream popular. And then in 2020, he did that huge transaction buying Blockfolio. That is where most people heard of him for the first time. Sequoia invested July 2021, and he becomes a designated financial genius. From there, you can actually track pretty quickly how he becomes famous and not. And for this is what I was going to say is if you looked at the lawsuit against Yuga Labs, you can see whether or not it's true in their accusations, but you can actually see how people become very famous in the crypto scene without necessarily having qualifications. Qualifications are basically something that people assign to you rather than something that you prove. And we see this over and over again. This is something that is a fault of due diligence. It's due diligence, partly with the VCs, but also with, retail investors. People are not asking the right questions. But if you want to know how he became famous, he spent, what was it, like 120, 150 million on Blockfolio. And that was an enormous transaction that took up a huge news cycle. That's when I
actually have a slightly different read on it, which is that I think he basically took CZ's playbook and then tried to repeat it in the best way he could. So what I mean by that is what CZ did is that when he launched an exchange, he realized that one of the best ways in which he could pump more liquidity into that exchange was by actually launching his own layer 1 blockchain. So what happened was he had his team fork Go ETH during the DeFi summer run-up. And from that, he suddenly had a massive layer 1 blockchain that not only had its own layer 1 coin, BNB, that he could print money from, but it had a massive stable coin called BUSD, which is the third largest stable coin. What Sam did, in my opinion, yes, the Blockfolio thing was important, but what Sam realized was that he needed to replicate those pieces that CZ had. So instead of him going and launching his own blockchain, he went and took a huge position in Solana through their seed round. He launched the number one basically liquidity providing solution with Serum that was providing liquidity to all of DeFi. So that's how he replicated the layer one. And then as Hussein and Nick have talked about, he had a relationship with Tether in which he was able to get actual stablecoin flows too, which you really need to be able to be a market maker and to have the liquidity pumping through. So that's where he came from, in my opinion.
You know what would be funny if SBF just joins the space right now. That would that would make things a lot more interesting.
He's a bit
Kim,
busy.
I will see. I don't know, man. Imagine he joins it like, guys, I'm under arrest. I'm being well taken care of. Everything is fine. Again, as I was saying, I was not aware of the commingling of funds. Kim, how are you, man? Been a long time.
Good. I just woke up.
Hello, Kim.
And
yeah.
SBF arrested. He's on now officially on the CIA target list. Holy shit, man.
There is justice left in the world.
You thought he had too much political power and it couldn't happen.
Yeah. Hey, good to see you, everyone. I'm having a nice start of the day.
Yeah,
so far the day started well. So what we found so far, Kim, is he was arrested based on the actually where are you? Orbis, what were the charges? Just to update Kim, what were the charges?
So the charges are for wire fraud, conspiracy, securities fraud, conspiracy, and I believe money laundering.
Is that a local charge in the Bahamas, or is that a U.S. charge?
It's the SDNY that's charging him, the Southern District of New York. He's also being charged by the SEC.
So you guys know what happened then, right? His ex-girlfriend from Alameda was seen in New York. She would have gone and made a deal right away and given them everything she knew.
Your first question, Kim, as soon as he jumped in.
Sorry?
That was your first question of him as soon as he jumped in. We were building up. You were just straight in on. So your girlfriend, you're going to throw her under the bus.
Oh shit! Yes. You remember?
Exactly,
I remember that.
Right, and Mario was so kind to cut me off, the little gummy bitch.
Hey! Don't put it on me. That was on Chet. He's not with us. Don't blame me on this one.
No, I'm just kidding. I love you. You know that. I love you.
The public arguments, that's famous. It's infamous.
But I mean, it was so obvious to me, right? I mean, who is the weakest link in that whole SBF crime family? And that is, of course, her, because he was throwing her under the bus.
Doesn't understand anything about economics. Yeah.
Yeah, and the moment she saw that he turned on her, she panicked. She went back home. She gave her witness statement to the DOJ, made a deal, and now he's getting grilled.
Kim, do you remember how offended he was by your answer? That was the one that really got him, wasn't it?
I don't understand why no one else in this room saw that when I asked that question. Like, that was the most important question, right? Because it was so obvious. And it was also the only time where SBF flinched and used swear words and wasn't happy, right?
Yeah. No, he was very offended by that one.
So we had as well other updates came in for anyone that joined us late. So these were the charges. They were the U.S. government requested the Bahamian authorities to arrest Sam for extradition. Now we know there's charges by the SEC as well that will be publicly announced tomorrow. We know that his parents are under scrutiny, not under investigation. We know that Kevin O'Leary is under scrutiny as well for constantly defending Kevin. And we have Hussein and Nick on stage, and they did the investigation for 9 months into FTX. They were calling, I don't know if you heard the story, Kim, that The Block, which is one of the top publications, one of the top outlets, most respected outlets in crypto, and the CEO got $30 million from Sam, apparently, and we don't know, the details to it beyond that. And then he stepped down immediately after these findings were public. But Nick and Hussein, who are on stage, they knew about this. That was part of their data room weeks or months in advance. And they're saying that Kevin's involvement could be, and Nick was saying Kevin's involvement could be deeper than we think. And if he's appointed to the, what was it, Nick? If he's appointed to what?
The credit committee.
If he's appointed to the credit committee, then he could interfere into the investigation, which again, this is all speculation. We don't know for sure, but Hussein and Nick have been on point. Also, not sure if you know this as well, Kim, because we haven't done FTX spaces in a while. For anyone that doesn't know, Kim was there in the beginning. Me, Kim, and Chet were kicked off the FTX spaces in the early stages when the scam was unfolding in front of our eyes. When CZ came on, when Elon came on, Kim was there. So another thing that you remember, Kim, when the FTX app, everyone was saying, hey, uninstall it, or FTX said uninstall it. In the last space we did last week, Hussein and Nick dropped all the beans, spilled all the beans on everything they know, and I did a whole thread on it, which I retweeted about an hour ago. And as part of that thread, because they knew so much shit, and people thought they were crazy in the early stages, and again, months before they met me, before the implosion, everyone ignored them. And one thing after another unfolds to be correct. Another thing they said, when FTX said, hey, you have to uninstall the FTX app, the reason was they were wiping data from their systems. And when the hack happened and the money was being drained, it's a lot of money, but the main reason they did this was to divert attention away from the data they're wiping off their databases. So that was another point that Hussein and Nick made. I did a whole thread on all these points and more. So that's an update for you on the whole FTX. I mean, as you know, Caroline was seen in New York in front of the Attorney General's office, I think, at a cafe.
Yeah.
Mario,
so
that's
one question that I have about what's happening. Hey, just the same. One question that I have about what's happening right now: wasn't SBF invited to give testimony to the Senate under oath?
Both the Senate and the House.
So the timing of this is just so weird. Like, why rush? If he's with finance, did you guys? That's another potential way to mitigate the circumstances by beating the Binance Chinese backing drum. That line might get a lot of attention. Cold War 2.0. Remember that there was something when FTX applied for a license in Gibraltar. They needed to do the KYC for the major shareholders, and this is at the time when Binance was still there. And Binance refused to provide the information because obviously it asks things like who your principal bankers are, what the relationships are, who your major associates are, and that sort of information. CZ wasn't particularly happy about handing over to his competitor. So the point was, it was a cornerstone by which SBF was arguing that there's something sinister about Binance. So that line. Okay, sorry. I just muted everyone. This is going nowhere. Let me just say what I wanted to say. So the timing of this is interesting because the DOJ could have just waited for him to give this testimony and gather even more evidence against him. If they seriously want to succeed with charging him and putting him on trial, why let such an opportunity go to let him speak under oath to lawmakers, right? So that is something that I think is really fishy. And I would like
I'll tell you a point on this one, Kim. Charles Hoskinson was on the space and he made an interesting point about half an hour ago, and he said it could be that someone tipped them off that Sam was trying to escape the Bahamas, so they immediately moved and arrested him because they arrested him sooner. We had a couple of lawyers on space. They didn't expect the arrest to be so soon, so they're saying he was arrested sooner and could be the fear of the U.S. authorities that he will try to escape. But I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate because Caroline is in the U.S. She was in Hong Kong and she went to the U.S. So it just doesn't add up that she's going to the U.S. yet Sam's going to escape. Obviously, she might be. Maybe when Caroline went to the U.S., Sam knew she's going to spill the beans on him, and he was trying to plan his escape because he still has billions. Hussein and Nick was saying that the amount of money that was funneled out of FTX is significantly higher than what's being reported. So that means Sam is possibly or likely sitting on billions, and he could use that money to escape the Bahamas.
Yeah, I mean, I see that he's a flight risk, but so shortly before he's giving this testimony, I mean, it's a small place, the Bahamas, you know, to get away from there. If you put a surveillance team on him, he's going to get nowhere, right? So to rush this now in light of this testimony that he was going to give, I think is a little bit fishy.
Well, so does Reuters said that he is going to testify, and CNBC said that he's not. So if you're a free person or arrested, does that make a difference on whether you can be forced to do this or not? Does anyone know?
Can he be forced to? What did you say?
So imagine. So we don't know whether he was going to do it or wasn't going to do it. But does it make a difference whether you force him to do it if he's arrested or not? Or is there any difference?
Yes, for sure. It makes it much more likely that he will not evade the testimony, right? So it's more likely that he will testify if he's in custody than if he's not. So
are we expecting him to testify tomorrow? Would you think that's going to happen?
Personally.
Yeah, I don't think he will. This is Meta Lawman. I'm a 30-year securities fraud lawyer. I don't think he's going to testify, and they haven't served a subpoena on him. But if they had, then he would, now that he's been arrested and the U.S. has declared that they have these charges, he would, you would think, take the Fifth Amendment and not say anything. So they could compel him to appear, but he wouldn't answer questions, or his lawyer would quit immediately. I've got a couple other things that I think are relevant to what you guys have been talking about. It's been a great conversation. The parents piece, this is very, very typical. This is very typical. This is leverage. This is what they did to Andy Fastow in Enron. We are going to send your wife to jail for a really long time unless you plead guilty. So they're going to use the parents as leverage. I think it's very unlikely there's going to be a trial. I think he's going to plead guilty eventually. They are going to have, and he's maybe run out of money that he admits to having. So the leverage on the government side is significant with the parents and how long he's going to be sentenced to and where he will serve that sentence. His leverage is the money. So if he has a lot of money, like Hussein said, and great work by Hussein and the others, this is just amazing, unprecedented situation where so much evidence of a fraud is in the public domain. Normally, the Department of Justice secretly convenes a grand jury and everybody is sworn to secret, and you can go to jail if you say anything about what you told the grand jury, or even that you were subpoenaed. So the fact, Mario, that you guys have been creating this platform for this evidence to become public is another leverage, is this highly political prosecution. So yes, everyone is correct. They were afraid he would run away. That was the egg on the face scenario for the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District. He could not survive. That is the worst thing that could happen. So that's one reason they snatched him. The other reason is all of this evidence of the guy's guilt and his fraud is so clear and made public. And it's not one of these quiet investigations where you don't know and they simply say, can't talk about it. It's under ongoing investigation. We'll let you know if we ever indict him. This is all public thanks to, again, a lot of people on this call, etc. So anyway, his leverage is the money. Think about it. So let's say you've got 1 million U.S. citizens, voters, who are out money, okay, from this FTX US. And there are actually plenty of U.S. citizens in FTX.com as well. I know that for a fact. But anyway, if Sam, still on Twitter or using somebody to tweet for him, says, hey, you know what? I just told the prosecutors I have $2 billion and I'm willing to turn it over if he just gives me 20 years in jail, you know, at a really nice, comfortable jail or something like that. The money, if he has secreted it, which most crypto people do, it's in our nature to do that, he's got something, and that would be his leverage. Secondly, I predict that this internal investigation by Sullivan and Cromwell will promptly come to an end. It's going to come to a screeching halt very quickly as people lawyer up and refuse to cooperate. Sullivan and Cromwell just went to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York with John J. Ray like yesterday, and to talk about what was going on. And that means that if Sullivan and Cromwell shares the results of their investigation with the government, that means doing the investigation. They're acting as an agent of the government, and therefore they're supposed to be giving Miranda warnings and protecting the evidence, the emails, and all of that in a, an FBI kind of way, and they don't do that. So this is going to stop, and the FBI is going to take over the investigation, I would predict. Secondly, on Binance.
Okay, he has been saying secondly 5 times now. So, sorry, I'm stopping you for a moment there. I have a different view. My view is this: put yourself in Joe Biden's shoes, right? Who has received millions in donations from this guy and other politicians in the Democratic Party as well. The fact that this is happening now before he was going to give evidence under oath, the fact that they are not waiting for him to come to the U.S., but to do this now in the Bahamas, looks to me like an extradition proceeding, right? Where he can defend himself against extradition in the Bahamas. He may even end up with bail and be able to live a relatively normal life. And at the same time, the U.S. government is threatening his parents, so they have leverage against Sam to, basically do as he's told, but maybe they don't want to deal with him right now in the US, and Biden just wants to sit it out and buy some time, so keep him in the Bahamas under extradition proceedings that he is fighting. That is the most elegant way, if I was Biden, how I would deal with this situation: to shut him up, keep him in place, not have to deal with the issue right now in the United States, and let some grass grow over it, so he's already forgotten and not so much in the media attention anymore. That is, I think, a strategy that is also has to be considered.
Hey Kim, I wanted to just give
before
a quick
I give you Oris, just quick. I want to mention one thing someone just sent me. So we're talking about his testimony at the Financial Services U.S. House Committee on Financial Services, which is in 2 days, and they updated their website and 10 minutes ago, and SBF is still scheduled to testify. So I'm not sure if that means anything, but someone sent me that. Go ahead, Orbis.
Hey, Kim, thanks for that explanation, because early on in the space, this is what I had mentioned. You were not there. And I was referring to someone who was with SBF just last week, and they had come from Bahamas straight to Miami. And they were telling me that, hey, Joe, Barbara, his parents, they have been in Bahamas for a couple of weeks now. SBF is there, and they were actually waiting on extradition. And then this was the question that I was asking earlier, that why were they waiting for extradition? And I like the theory that you have put in, but also, with some of the lawyers that we have right now in this space, I have a couple of questions. Okay, the first one is really around Nishad Singh. Because Nishad Singh, Alexandra, you had mentioned this earlier. I see Alexandra is not on the stage, but she had mentioned that extradition for someone who is a foreign national is different from U.S. national. And I'm wondering if Nishad Singh can be booked at all and extradited from India, even though there is an extradition treaty in place between India and U.S. And my other question was around FTX being booked for market manipulation. So Mario, I sent you a news article from 5 days ago where they are potentially even investing SBF and SBF's involvement, or FTX's involvement, in the crash of Terra Luna. And that crash could actually be extrapolated to have wiped off $1 trillion from the crypto market, and that could mean that he could possibly face charges for more than just the $50 billion that we're talking about, and booked under other frauds for market manipulation. And the one thing I just wanted to add, I have these two questions, but the one thing I wanted to add to our Kevin O'Leary conversation, and Mario, I sent you a news article on that too. It doesn't seem like Kevin ever made any money. He was supposed to get $15 million, but he did not actually make any of that money. So now the question is, why has he been supporting? Because if he hasn't actually made any of that money, then
Maybe there's
what's
more, but there's
happening?
maybe there's some behind the scenes. Meta Lawman is jumping in, and maybe I'll ask Hussein right after Meta Lawman. But maybe he got more money, similar to how the block got money. The CEO got money under the table. I think it's like $30 million.
Mario, do you remember when I asked SBF the question if he or his lawyers are already in touch with the Department of Justice, and he didn't want to answer that? I mean, it would have been the easiest thing for him to say no if they weren't, but he didn't. So my expectation is, because he was the second largest donor to the Democratic Party, he has allies and friends in the Bahamas politics as well. Remember when the AG in the Bahamas gave his speech, he was the first to retweet it. So to me, I think this is a concerted effort. I wouldn't be surprised if SBF already knew what's going to happen. The US is going to get under a lot of pressure if they are not charging him. So the most elegant way is to charge him while he's in the Bahamas, start extradition proceedings. He gets bail. He still lives comfortably, fights bail for a couple of years, and then they will try and figure out, how to deal with the situation when it's not so heated anymore. What the Democratic Party gets by this approach in exchange is that they can just shut down any kind of questions about his donations, any kind of involvement with him. All of that is going to be a sideshow because he's not around to answer these questions. So to me, I wouldn't yet be too excited about SBF going to jail or anything like that. I think we need to watch and see what's going to happen. My prediction is extradition proceedings. He will fight extradition. He gets bail because as the lawyers will argue, he's not a flight risk. The prosecution will probably agree, and then he's just out on bail, and extradition proceedings in Bahamas can take 3 to 5 years, depending on how many courts proceedings there are.
I'm more the optimist. I know Meta Lawman, I'll give you the mic right after. I'm more the optimist. I remember me and Kim would have those discussions in the early days of the implosion. I'm like, he's going to get arrested. He's going to get life in prison. Caroline's going to get arrested unless she does a deal. And I'm more optimistic on his donations and his connections, and even the money he holds will not be enough considering the damage he has done. I hope I'm right, but we'll see. Meta Lawman, what do you think?
Mario, I hope you're right too. I just sorry, I didn't want to take anything from you. I just wanted to quickly say.
I know Meta Lawman's been waiting. I'll give you the mic right after, if you don't mind, Orbis. Go ahead, Meta Lawman.
Yeah, two quick things. I think Kim maybe has not seen the statement from the Bahamas. I'll tell you what, it looks like they really want to get him off their hands. Him being there, tweeting, smiling, doing interviews is not a good look for them. So their statement indicated that they wanted to deal with it very quickly. So that's unusual, and I think they will. So it would not surprise me if Sam is in New York within 60 days. Secondly, this Binance thing with CZ that Reuters put out earlier today is important. They are trying to pull the Charlie Shrem playbook on CZ. This is your platform, Binance, is being used for money laundering and as a conduit for illicit trade in whatever, drugs, guns, you name it. This is the Charlie Shrem playbook, and they're squeezing him. And now we know why Brian Brooks left Binance US without explanation after working there for about 30 days. So
it's also exactly what I had predicted, right? That the crosshairs are now on CZ because he has basically kicked the number one donor for the Democratic Party from the crypto space down the hellhole, right? So they're going to take revenge on him.
I think you're right. Here's the connection. This is a prediction that has some basis for it. There's going to be a second shoe to drop with respect to FTX, and that is this creditors list that they are fighting tooth and nail to keep quiet. Why? Because they have the same exact problem. that Binance and Charlie Shrem had, but maybe even more so. Because why do you hire Dan Friedberg to look the other way when you're supposed to be doing anti-money laundering, KYC, for opening accounts? When this comes open, it's going to be a bombshell, in my opinion, that is comparable to what we saw in the Panama Papers in terms of a who's who. And of course, there will be fronts. There'll be Cayman Island fronts and LLCs. It'll be, XYZ LLC. And then this Twitter hive mind will go to work and find out who the true owners are. And it's going to lead back to a lot of interesting places like North Korea, China, Iran, Venezuela, and Colombia, and things like that. I'm very certain of that. Because, he basically put out a sign saying, come do your business here. We are unregulated at FTX.com. FTX.com is not regulated by even the Bahamas. That's FTX Digital Markets. So FTX.com is functionally not regulated and can handle large transactions in crypto. And because the United States government had put all those Swiss banks out of business, these are the logical choices, and it is going to be quite a revelation when that creditors list comes out.
Simon,
I'll stop.
I appreciate you sharing this. Simon, I want Kim, because I know Kim was very critical of Binance in the early days of this implosion, and even when CZ was on stage. Jonah, if you don't mind, Simon, if you're still with us, just give Kim a quick overview of the FUD that's been spreading in the last 24 hours around Binance. I'm still on the side of I just don't think Binance did anything. They're not perfect, but I'm not too concerned. But let's just state the facts, and because I think Kim will be. This is a good "I told you so" moment from Kim.
Oh, right. No, yeah. So their auditor won't get behind their audit report, and so they're not able to prove what they're trying to prove, and then at the same time, they're being thrown money laundering charges at the moment. So those are the main two things.
I don't think it's we saw $1 billion of outflows, including Jump Capital and a couple of other market makers. I'm gonna get the team to look into everything related to Binance. Maybe we'll cover them. We've never done a special on Binance. We'll cover them this Thursday because I think it's a much more important story, in my opinion. I think SBF getting arrested is just good news. Yeah, I'll give it another shot, considering the FUD that's been spreading around. He's been on the space.
Speak up about it. It's
yeah,
insane.
He came on the space because I think Kim was pretty critical of Binance when FTX imploded.
By the way,
everyone was...
everything I said then, Mario, is unfolding now. Haven't I told you, that he's going to get charged, that he will have all these problems, that he will be the next on the target list, and look what's unfolding, because he has really set himself up. That was the dumbest move CZ ever did to get involved in the downfall of FTX. The poster boy of the Democratic Party, a major donor, like that he could not see that, just speaks for his naivete and his lack for understanding how the world works.
So in defense of CZ, not defense, but just to say that it hasn't gone that far yet. There is just a bit of smoke here and there. We do know that Gemini, since the space we did a long time ago, since the implosion, there's Gemini, which is a big player in the space. They could be the next domino to fall. We covered them a couple of weeks ago. And 2 days ago, I told you the block was under scrutiny because of money they received from SBF.
By the way, let me just repeat what I've said, when we started these spaces. Now it's even more important, if you still have any money, any crypto in any exchange, withdraw it. Put it in a cold storage, put it in a hardware wallet. Do not have it on exchanges, especially now with everything that's happening. There's a real chance that Binance is going down, and you don't want your crypto sitting there.
Yeah, I pull out of Binance. I had some money in there. It's like, it's not there anymore.
There's no reason to be
wallet
there.
Now.
Why is anyone there anyway?
Even if Binance is backed 1-to-1, Binance is not a bank; it's an exchange. And they said this, and I want to applaud CZ and Gabriel when they came on, and Jesse from Kraken when they came on. They said, "Hey, take the money off our exchange.
Yeah,
we
don't
don't
put your
mind."
money on there. Just bad. It's just bad idea to do that. To leave it on there.
Hussein,
yeah, but by the way, he's of course lying. He's just saying that to make everyone feel safe, and like of course he doesn't want people to withdraw their crypto. That's his business, okay? Absolutely bullshit.
Yeah, he uses that to invest in stuff. Yeah, without that crypto on there, he's got nothing.
Hussein, you called the. Sorry, go ahead, Orbis.
Sorry, I was wondering if CZ ever liquidated the 550 million he was going to.
I don't think he had the time. He just imploded too quickly. When did he start liquidating? Simon, do you know when CZ started liquidating FTT? Was it before the tweet? He exited FTT a year or two ago. He exited his FTX investment. They bought him out. But his remaining FTT tokens, he just started liquidating them. Do you know how much of them he liquidated?
No, but yeah, I mean, he made the movement on the same day he did the tweet. So the blockchain stuff picked it up, and then he started doing the tweet. So that all happened on the same day, and you couldn't do shit with that. I mean, I remember the original thing was he was going to do it over a period of months or something. Was the original tweet, but I think it was a write-off.
Multi-billion-dollar rescue fund. How about his multi-billion-dollar rescue fund? Has he actually rescued anybody yet?
So the rescue fund, we went to join that as well, and basically you just put some. You don't have to do. It's just deal sharing, and people come and apply. 200 people applied, and then it's shared amongst a group of people, and you all publicly show a wallet address. It's a bit of a song and dance.
Hussein, what are your thoughts on Binance? Have you guys looked into it? You're the big whistleblower around FTX.
With Binance now, I was hoping that Nick was here to go into in depth. About 3-4 months ago, we put an article explaining exactly what FTX is going to do in regards to hitting up CZ. CZ already knew FTX was paying a lot of money and had his own Black Ops operation and trying to do exactly what you see happening right now, back 3 or 3.5 months ago. I'll share the article with you. Just pin it up there. You'll read everything you guys are discussing right now being pointed at CZ is exactly the same as what we said that FTX is going to do. This is a ploy that FTX had prior. This is why CZ actually, stepped away from Sam. Sam had plans to take out.
Sorry, I just want to do you one favor before you continue. Every reporter, I'm going through the audience, I'm seeing some well-respected reporters. Guys, I promise you, message Hussein. He's got, I retweeted a thread that summarizes everything. Message Hussein. He's got a data room that reporters have not done it justice. There's things in there that are now being reported as breaking news, but he's had it in there for weeks or months. Highly recommend you check it out. I'm going to publish it on my Twitter. He's going to do a folder where I can make it public for everyone to see. I'll tweet it tomorrow. But I did a thread explaining everything that we discussed in the last space. He spilled all the beans, but I highly recommend you take his data room seriously. So that's Hussein on stage. DM him. Hussein, you're going to get a bunch of DMs from a bunch of reporters I'm looking at in the audience. I'll let you continue talking about Binance and whether, are you concerned, are you on my side of the aisle where you're not too concerned about Binance or on Kim's?
Yeah, we're not concerned about Binance. I mean, in every way, we actually knew the playbook. In terms of what they were trying to do and portray Binance, we actually tried to get a private meeting with CZ a few months ago. We have very high contacts, and we thought that through our Chinese contacts, and I don't mean anything by it, but that's what we thought we could do. We contacted our parties we've worked with for a very long time and asked them to try to get a private meeting with CZ. We wanted to give CZ the information that we were given. So this ploy was pre-planned, and it was meant to hit, and he already knows this. I mean, they even came after his family at one point. So FTX is the, and again, when you look at the larger picture, FTX had plans to take out Binance. Binance was one of the hurdles they actually had to hurt. So even though if this didn't fall today, Binance was going to be a victim of FTX and their group or whatever you want to call it. So I actually have no hesitation to say I've got no worries about Binance in any way or sense, to be honest with you.
Well, at least that's another piece of good news. I hope you're right. I think that Meta Lawman, anything else to add just before Meta Lawman speaks, guys, and I'll have Kim wrap up the space for us. I do want to remind everyone, a pinned tweet on my space. I'll pin it again. Mark Andreessen's coming in tomorrow, and then we have a group of doctors, high-profile doctors that will coming in the next day. So we've got two spaces already.
Were they investors in FTX? Mark Andreessen
and shit. He was in the space for
No.
hours.
No,
Let me see.
I didn't see A16Z. We had Sequoia Capital, Paradigm. I did not see Andreessen Horowitz in the name. I mean,
Andreessen Horowitz.
He probably
dodged
would have
the
been
FTX
into a
bullets.
bunch of Solana stuff and things, maybe.
He would have had
Yeah,
the same gut
they'll
feeling
have
that
hands
Elon
somewhere
had,
else.
you know, which is like SBF, there's something wrong with him. Don't trust this guy.
Yeah, do you remember when Elon jumped into the space? He's like, you know, my bullshit alarm went off.
Yep, my bullshit alarm went off. Yeah, I could see him a mile away. Yeah.
So I've just
Surprised no one
pinned
else
it
saw it.
above. I've pinned above the link to the Fauci files, the drop, and the doctors that will be coming in 2 days. So that one is going to be really tricky, and I hope you know the space goes well. It's going to be pretty polarizing. And then tomorrow is the Mark Andreessen interview that I think a lot of you would enjoy. Anyone in crypto would really enjoy. So that's tomorrow. Make sure you set your reminders for those spaces. Meta Lawman, you were about to say something.
Mario, just on that. Are we able to now talk about COVID without getting censored? Is that something you can do now?
Yeah, we can.
Because I mean, before you couldn't even mention it on YouTube, otherwise you're dead. But is it now acceptable to talk about vaccines and COVID?
I'm so tempted to just. I don't want to do it, but like I wanted to just as soon as you said COVID, just end the space. So then all these conspiracies start coming out that we're being censored again.
The issue is that if you talk about COVID, you can't put this stream up on YouTube. So it kind of fucks the stream, right? And that's the issue
shit! This is being okay. I just realized this is being streamed right now on YouTube.
Exactly right. Can't bring it up.
Okay. Did I say COVID? I meant Vivian.
Yeah.
Vivian is SBF's other girlfriend that we're talking about. Her name is Vivian. So we're covering Vivian in 2 days for anyone that wants to join that space. And tomorrow's Mark Andreessen. Meta Lawman, you wanted to speak?
Mario, I had a question for Meta Lawman actually, or anyone on the stage but Meta Lawman, and that was really around Nishad Singh, because Nishad Singh is a key person who literally was the brains, and he is an Indian national, and he's in India. And my question was, and Meta Lawman, you know, you are a security expert. Do you think he will be extradited, and will we ever get to hear from him?
I do think he will, but your point is a good one. It's a little bit more complicated because he's an Indian national. However, if he committed frauds with American victims, he can be indicted in the United States, and that's all you need. If you have an indictment against him, that's why our government could not ask for Sam until today, and they're releasing the indictment tomorrow morning, unsealing the indictment. But if you have an indictment against someone who's committed a crime that can be adjudicated in the United States, then you can make the extradition request to India. And as you correctly pointed out, there is that extradition treaty. Second thing I will say is I have
Before you say so, I have two questions for you, Meta Lawman. Sorry, on the first point you made. First, what can we expect tomorrow when it gets unveiled? And the second one is, why doesn't that Singh person that everyone is pointing the finger towards, especially Hussein, why doesn't he just leave India when you know you could be arrested and extradited?
There's fewer and fewer places in the world that you can actually go where a government will protect you, whether there's a treaty or not. So yes, there are countries that we don't have treaties with, but that's not the same thing as saying that country will refuse when the United States of America says it is in your best interest, small country, to hand over
So
this
even
person.
let's say Vietnam. If Vietnam has no extradition treaty with the US. So that means
go to Vietnam, Mario. The simple answer, me being an Indian, is you need visas when you're an Indian citizen to travel to.
But it could be.
But
I'm sure there's some African country, like what's his name, that gentleman from Toyota went to Lebanon, and he's still in Lebanon. So I'm sure there's a country.
I don't think we can go to Lebanon also without. We can only go to 50 countries. And,
yeah, but when you have money sitting, exactly, like he could just buy, you know, he could bribe anyone, and the reason that guy from Toyota is sitting in Lebanon, one of the main reasons they're not extraditing him, first, no treaty, second, he's just sitting on so much money. I'm assuming that's
in India, money can go a long way. Remember
yes.
that? You know, you have all the political connections in India. He's actually much safer in India when it comes to corruption, guys. He can buy his way in India. Remember that.
So yeah, Meta Lawman, your thoughts on this, and then the second.
There are certain countries that will not extradite their own citizens anywhere, such as Israel. Israel will not extradite an Israeli citizen to another country. I mean, there's certain countries where he will be safe if he has citizens. I don't know if India is one of those. I would have to probably look for more examples.
No,
but
India actually has an extradition treaty. However, what I'm getting at is in India, it's very easy to make a person disappear. And the money he has, he can pay his way literally like
Yeah,
live like a king in India.
wasn't there owner of an exchange that went to India and apparently faked his own death in India. We don't know the story. We should probably do an investigation on
absolutely.
here.
You can fake your death. You can be a completely different person. Yeah, and remember when you're converting US dollar to India ratio right now is $1 is 82 rupees in India. So you get a lot of bang for your buck, and he can bloody change his face with cosmetic surgery in India and just assume a completely new identity. He can do all of that in India.
Doc One is still on the loose.
Another thing, please. He's got 550 million reasons to basically hide in India. Right? The guy's got $550 million. You're just forgetting that. We're not talking about 10 million or 20 million. We're talking about $550 million in his possession.
Yeah, it will be more complicated than
Bahamas. If he ever
Bahamas.
gets bored of India, he can move to Canada, just like some Indian mob bosses have. I'm sure you read about that story a few years ago.
Quick things.
UK is the best place.
UK too, yeah. They just moved there with your new identity, and no one knows, anything.
Yeah, two quick things on Binance. I have nothing against Binance or CZ, but the Reuters report is very thoroughly sourced. They talked to over a dozen people in the government, and obviously somebody's saying no to indictment, and so this is why that leak happened, is to put pressure. To let the world know that they've been investigating him since 2018, and they've got him dead to rights, allegedly, on a bunch of clients of Binance that are money laundering. Secondly, this is not FUD. I'm not predicting anything, but let's remember that there was a price at which FTT token, if it went below $22, there was a big problem at FTX. So I would keep my eye on this Binance token, which is down 4% while Bitcoin is up 1% right now today. And I would think it's likely, and Hussein and others who are really doing the important work here may already know, whether that token is being used as collateral for something by CZ. And if the answer is yes, then there is some price below which a lot of problems start developing very rapidly for CZ. So that may be something to keep an eye on. And of course, his stable coin has been drained by about $100 million in the last few hours since the Reuters report. That's not a big deal. $100 million is not a big deal. And I don't think it's in danger right now. I don't know of breaking the buck, but that's a cash cow. When you can get a riskless 4% return in U.S. Treasuries, to own a stable coin is a big, big deal. It's a lot of money. It's where Coinbase's profits are coming from right now. So I would keep an eye on those two things. The market, it always tells you what is happening.
I want to two things quickly. I want to first bring up Brian Krasenstein. So come up, bro. Put your hand up, because he mentioned the following. He sent me DM. He's like, I used to talk to the Quadriga founders every day from 2008 to 2012, every day. So Quadriga is an exchange that apparently took customers' money, and the CEO disappeared and pretended to be dead. I can't remember the full details. His name was Michael. I introduced Michael Patron, the founder that didn't die. He didn't die, okay, to Bitcoin in 2011. So Brian introduced him to Bitcoin in 2011, and he still has the emails. So I'll see if I can bring up Brian if he's requesting to speak. Would love Brian's take on this. In the meantime, while bringing up Brian, can I ask a quick question to you, maybe Simon? Can you tell us quickly, we tell Kim and others. Oh, sorry, Sylvie, you got your hand up before I go to Simon.
I just wanted to, one of the other things, to go back to SBF just for a second. People were asking what leverage he might have to possibly negotiate a deal. Besides the money, might be someone higher up. The only thing higher up I could think of would possibly be, Alameda had a lot of connections to Tether. And that's really the big question mark about the whole crypto world, is Tether and whether it's really legit or not. And I would suspect SBF might be someone, if there is anyone who has insight, into what's going on at Tether, and whether there's real problems there. That might be one of his negotiating points to possibly get a better deal. I just wanted to put that out.
I'll take the opposite of that. As a shareholder in Bitfinex, they're arch rivals.
What do you say? Sorry, Simon.
As a shareholder in Bitfinex, I know FTX and Bitfinex are arch rivals.
Bitfinex is the parent company of Tether, guys. Just
and
for
Tether.
Hey
Mario,
Mario, I gotta hop out, but thanks for the stream. I got a meeting at the bank.
Cool, man. Appreciate.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Yeah, thanks
Cool,
for
man.
having
Yeah,
me, guys.
would love you to jump in tomorrow. I'll probably end the space in like 10-15 minutes. I want to bring up Brian to talk about
See you guys.
Quadriga. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it, man.
For sure.
Hey,
See you, Kim.
Mario, while
Simon,
Brian is coming up, I wanted to quickly talk about. I know I had mentioned this earlier.
Before this, Orbis, I'll give you the mic right after. Kim, I know you're unmuted. I'll just give the mic to Kim because he was trying to unmute earlier as well. Before that, I also want to go right after Kim. I want to go to Simon to also summarize the Reuters report on Binance for anyone that is not aware. But Kim, you were unmuting?
Yeah, so the other big thing that happened today that I think we should talk about either today or tomorrow is that, one of the key figures in the US deep state, John Brennan, has openly attacked Elon today. And that is, I think, a pretty big deal because they don't do that unless they want to send a message and make clear to him that, he's a target. So
you should do a space. You should do a space, Kim. Maybe when I end this one, everyone can jump into your space. You could.
Yeah, I will do a space after this, and then we can talk about the dangers that Elon is in now, because obviously he is completely destroying their plan of mass censorship and mass media control, and they're not happy about it. So why don't we do this? Once we close this thing, I'm opening a space, and then anyone who's interested in the topic can join.
Cool. I'll do the space right after. Kim will do the space right after, so you can go to his profile and go into it. So Kim has also been covering together, and he's been doing his own spaces as well, covering the Twitter files. So if you're interested in that, obviously we do it on a regular basis, and Kim is going to do it right after this as well.
Yesterday we had a really cool space about the Biden crime family, and I think by now 150,000 people listen to it. So anyone who really doesn't understand much about the Hunter Biden laptop and what it really means, the crimes that it really reveals, there's a beautiful recording of that space that we did yesterday that you should listen to. It's very enlightening.
Cool. Anyone that wants that, Kim, it's actually on Kim's recording is on Kim's profile as well, so you could check it out there. Simon, can you just give a quick overview for the audience, because I think this is really important. The Reuters report, I'm not sure if you read it, on the Binance concerns.
Just simple headlines is the Department of Justice is investigating Binance, has been investigating Binance for money laundering and sanction violations, which are really serious things. So I remember when Charlie Shrem got arrested for a bit instant because he had clients that were connected to the Silk Road through Mt. Gox, and when he entered to come to one of the Bitcoin conferences, he got arrested and was put in prison for about a year or so for pleading guilty to money laundering. But yeah, the Reuters report was just saying that there is something coming in terms of the Department of Justice, money laundering, sanctions violation, and Binance.
And how serious do you think that is? Because I would expect those things to happen for an entity the size of Binance. So is that something that you just expect? One of the biggest players, the biggest player in crypto, will face that level of scrutiny?
Banks engage in money laundering all the time, and they pay their way out of it. Now, where does that sit in the political sphere of influence at the moment? Well, Binance is not exactly a friend of the US, and the US like to keep everything within the US. So you've got some geopolitics that tie into that. So, Binance have probably more financial resources than anyone in the industry. Does that get you further? than the geopolitics. There's a lot at play there, you know, and the you know, the US wants to keep the industry within the US, and you know, companies like Bitfinex, Tether, and Binance are an enemy they'd like to eliminate.
Hussein, I'll give you the final word. I'm trying to bring up Brian to talk about Quadriga, but it's glitching. I know you wanted to add one last thing. Again, you probably get, I think you deserve more credit than anyone with this whole FTX saga, with everything you and Nick have done. So you guys deserve more credit. Any final words, man? And I know you wanted to say something specific as well.
Look, you guys were discussing earlier if SBF can actually obviously turn on someone much bigger than them. I'll just say something. I won't go into too much detail because I know there's a lot of people on this channel still investigating these. We believe as of 2020, SBF actually created an alliance, and they were working on many large projects which are actually larger in essence than just crypto. So one of the things we believe will happen is he does have...
Your audio isn't great. It's not bad, but it's not great. If you could fix it a tiny bit.
Sorry, apologies, because I'm just walking into the next meeting. So I'll quickly run it through, but we believe that he does have the ability to actually do a deal. We believe from 2020, he formed an alliance with a few very large names, much larger than Binance, much larger than all these guys we're discussing here. And one of the things was actually tokenized shares. We believe there was a ploy for, and this is outside of FTX, but there was a ploy to set up a kind of infrastructure to basically create a tokenized fake share market or a secondary share market. So this has been investigated by a lot of people right now, and a lot of them are on your channel. And if you want to speak to them off the channel, I can introduce you and they can tell you what's going on. We have been working with them, but there is other crimes that haven't been addressed by FTX, but we've actually haven't brought up. And these crimes are big enough for them to actually do a deal. And I do think he will do a deal. We'll get a chance to actually have a good deal done.
So I think there's much bigger players.
I just want to update something real quick. So I'm going to delay my space a bit because Alex has a space going called Blacklisted by Twitter. And there's a lot of the people in there that were blacklisted. So I'm going to hop over there after this is done. And then maybe later do the CIA space.
Okay, so if anyone wants to go into the space, Kim's jumping in now. You can go to his profile, you can see which space he's in, and then you can go into his the space he creates later on. So what he's saying, Hussein, is that there's much bigger players that Sam could call out in a plea deal.
Correct. That's what we believe. And these things are much bigger than the FTX collapse. So I know we're talking about the FTX collapse, but if what we've been told and what we've been investigating...
What do you think of all the concerns around Genesis and DCG?
Look, I wouldn't comment. I mean, I literally like to comment only on stuff I've got hard facts about and stuff I know back to front. Now,
Okay,
Nick used to look out for that section.
I was hoping you wouldn't scare the shit out of me with more information on this one.
No, can we ask Meta? How do you interpret the fact that SBF was doing all these interviews? Like, we had our theories earlier. Do you have a theory from a legal perspective?
Sorry, ask me. I didn't hear the last question. My apologies.
No, he's asking Meta Lawman. Can you hear us, Meta Lawman?
Yeah, what's the question? Yeah,
go ahead, Sam.
I just wanted to see, from your perspective as a securities lawyer, why do you think SBF was doing all of these interviews? What was his game? We had a belief that there was, like, if you plead like guilty, then it's more like manslaughter versus murder type thing. Does a similar thing exist in securities fraud and wire fraud and all that stuff? Or why do you think he did the interviews?
Yes, well, virtually all of the criminal statutes require intentional misconduct, require intent. So he was very, very consistent. And con men are good at this. And he's a con man in saying, I'm really sorry. I missed that. I just feel so stupid now in retrospect that, my dashboard was broken. So I had no idea what the size of the Alameda, margin position was. Blah, blah, blah. He's quite consistent for hours and hours and hours. And he believed that he could convince people, here's your evidence, Bill Ackman. How embarrassing is that people give Bill Ackman billions of dollars to invest for them, and Bill Ackman is sitting in the audience and falls for Sam's song and dance. That con men believe they can convince anyone. And so if he was just negligent even reckless, then that gets you sued. It doesn't get you put in jail.
Pisses me off. Like we were, I think we did a good job in getting two things out of him. Did you watch the other interviews, Simon, that Sam did after hours?
Yeah, well, I saw like CoffeeZilla's summary, which I thought like pulled it all together pretty well.
Did you see any other interviews? Did anyone see the other interviews? Did he actually spill any beans, make a mistake, and admit to something? Well, he's under arrest, so
no, it's the same old. I mean, Mario, you already broke it down, right? I remember your tweet where you said that, hey, the House saying, thank you, SBF, for being candid and providing information. And your tweet said, so not Mario, but SBF's information was basically 150 times saying, I did not know what the fuck went wrong. So.
Yeah. Cool. All right, everyone. So we have SBF arrested. At least we got something good out of it. So I hope we even more likely Hussein played a role in getting that done. At least some good news today. And anyone that was in my space earlier about the Twitter files, good to see you again now talking about SBF. I'll see you again tomorrow for Mark Andreessen. Everyone else, make sure you set your reminders for the other spaces so you get notified and you can join us. Tomorrow's Mark Andreessen chat should be interesting. And if you want a whole crazy debate that could get heated, then I'll see you in 2 days for the COVID debate, which I don't know how the hell's going to go. Otherwise, really appreciate you all. I think it was a great space. Thanks a lot, Simon, and all other speakers that jumped off. Meta Lawman, thanks for being there for the first time. Orbis as well, and Hussein, thanks for everything, man. You've played the biggest role in making this happen, and you check your DMs for all the DMs from reporters. Thank you all. See you again soon, and hopefully nothing will break till the interview with Mark Andreessen. Bye, everyone.